Hooray! I'm alive, it looks like. Yay! Yay! What? Okay, here. That's what. I was working on something, and what did I do? I've got this. And this. Okay, that's what I was working on. Yes, indeed. Okay, I'm here, and I'm certainly clear, and I'm live too. So, I don't know what's going on, but hello everybody. I'm glad that we have people here. It looks like we have a few. Oh hey AJ, so glad to see you. Oh, what I'm gonna do, just gonna start out by inviting people to come up and join me. Hey Michelle, hey everybody. Just really glad to see people. I was just visiting with Fiberfloozy and Miguel. What's his name? Who is this? Who is that? Something like that. Anyway, that was fun. Hey, Barbara, how is your little corner of Kentucky? My goodness, I have 9 people already. Well, I did a second ago, now it's 7. Or maybe it was my glasses. I don't know. Anyway, so yeah, I just posted a link if anybody wants to come up because we are live and we're just making it up as we go along. So, what's on your hook? What's in your cup? Hey, Maribel, what's on your hook? What's in your cup? You know, all the standard small talk questions before we get into the deep stuff. And the deep stuff usually just arises. Yes, exactly. Who knows? The deep stuff just comes about spontaneously. Oh, Denisha, you think I'm bright-eyed and bushy-tailed? I've got you fooled, haven't I? I am permanently tired and worn out. But here I am. I actually did change my shirt so that I had a shirt that has a collar on it. Okay, it doesn't really look all that good on me right now, but, you know, I was wearing a t-shirt before because most of the time, since I don't leave the house all that much, most of the time I spend in my pajamas, which is like pajama pants and a t-shirt. So it's sad, isn't it? Very, very sad. Hi, Tiger Dragon Girl. Hi, Michelle's Mosaic. But yes, indeed. I'm glad that everybody is here. Even if you think that I'm bright-eyed and bushy-tailed. Water and a Caron go-to shawl. They're adding beads. Oh, does that have to do with Lisa, Ladybird, her bead sort of challenge project going on? It's 11 p.m. in North Carolina too, but I had a nap. Oh hey, Nunny May, glad to see you. Anyway, what's I going to say? Yes. So Barbara, is it is your beaded project? Is that anything that has to do with Lisa and her beaded project challenge that is going on, or just something that came up? Oh, this is a new one. Okay, I can't wait to see the pictures. I'm sure they will be beautiful. I actually got a little tired of doing blue hats. I will return to them very quickly, but right now I took some leftover Lion Brand mandala, and I've started a moss stitch shawl, and you might have seen my moss stitch shawl that I did for Granny D's moss stitch challenge, And I have posted the pictures, I have posted a pattern. Uh-oh. Oh, Michelle says no nap, she was watching the grandkids. So, yeah, you never sleep when there are kids around. Because you never know when they need you, right? So, AJ, are you still at work or are you not working today? Because I know you work second shift. Let's what else is going on? Oh my goodness. So anyway, so I picked up some leftover Lion Brand mandala, which is pretty much my favorite yarn. And so I started doing a moss stitch shawl, and I have shown that I've shown the shawl, I've shown the pattern on my blog before, and Nightbot sooner or later will show you my Linktree page, which will give you links to all of my blogs and my Etsy and my Ravelry for patterns. Or, you know, I could just, if I were a little less energetic, or a little more energetic, I could actually, let me just do this one last stitch. And that row is complete. Michelle sold 2 baby blankets today. I would be excited too. I myself do not sell a lot because I don't like it. I don't like crocheting for production. And I know lots of people do. Lots of people enjoy it. And I'm really glad when they make those sales and they have that pleasure. It's just not for me. And that's okay. It doesn't have to be. Because there's a whole big world out there. There's a whole big world of crafting out there. Hey, Coco, I'm so glad to see you. Terrence's birthday thing? I don't know Terrence, do I? Oh, Terrence is your husband? Somebody's husband. I don't know. Anyway. But Coco, I'll be glad to see you when you come back. Hey, Renee Clayton, glad to see you as well. Oh, Michelle, that sounds like a lot of fun. Oh, Minister of Music, Terrence. Okay, yeah, Michelle, that does sound like a lot of fun. Still, even though I know that a lot of people get a lot of pleasure doing it that way, I have not gotten the pleasure that other people do from creating stuff specifically for others. I do get a lot of pleasure in creating things for gifts, or creating things specifically for donations. But if I am creating it with a retailer headspace, I don't get a lot of pleasure there. And once again, that is no judgment. Hey, Russell, no judgment about people who do, because there are lots and lots of ways to gain pleasure from the craft world. And I know where I gain the most pleasure. I gain the most pleasure from creating stuff and writing, because I love to write and I think I'm pretty darn good at it. And I don't get the pleasure from other people's patterns that I used to. since I've been doing my own patterns. Okay, hey Miguel, glad to see you. Oh, okay. Drive safely, Miguel. Do not YouTube and drive. Don't make me come over and spank you. Hey, Freaky Geek. Michelle says if she gets to make what makes her happy, then she's good. Who could ask for anything more? Exactly, exactly. So, no, I actually, in the past year, I think that my creative juices have just gone crazy. I have really learned to enjoy creating patterns. I used to compare it to, like, in the music world, where I thought I was more of an interpreter in music than a creator, and I could interpret things really beautifully. And I still think well, if I still have my voice, I could. But as in the crochet world, I find I get a whole lot of pleasure that I didn't even know was there from creating, from designing. And, it doesn't have to be stellar runway type of stuff. It's just something, most of the time, I will see something and I'll think, I could do that better. I could do that differently. I think I'm going to give that a try, So, hey, Tiger Dragon Girl. Ah! Tiger Dragon Girl says that someone once asked her to knit a blanket. She said no, but she would teach that person to knit his or her own blanket, and that person never came back to her. That makes a lot of sense. Hello, Maria Elena Valdivia. I love to say that. I'm sorry, I do. I love to say that. Maria Elena Valdivia. I don't get to use those language skills that I tried to enhance when I was in college. Renee says that she learned by YouTube and managed somehow, but did not have a human being teaching her. And that can be tough. When I picked it up again in it was 5 or 6 years ago, I picked up the crochet hook again. I had learned as a child, my grandmother had taught me the very, very rudimentary basics. So I was able to pick it up again. But we also had already 5 or 6 years ago a wealth of information on YouTube, so that I was able to learn an awful lot. And basically that is how I have learned everything I needed to learn. And I have learned a lot about many, many, many different stitches and techniques and shortcuts and hacks and time savers and efficiency measures, and just sharing ideas with other people who do this same thing is so incredibly valuable. And I cannot overestimate or overstate the value of doing that, of having that community. I am pretty darn excited. In September, I'm going up to New York, and I haven't been to New York since I left there in 2018. But I'm going. There's a men's. Hi, just another stitch. Um, but in September in upstate New York, there is a men's fiber retreat. They used to call themselves men's knitting retreats, but then they were realized that not everybody knits. And they wanted to include crocheters and probably other people. Hi, Marie Chavez. Glad to see you as well. You're working on granny squares. You're not a fan of the ice yarn that you have? Well, I think ice has a lot of different varieties. I have had some ice yarn that I didn't like, and I've had some ice yarn that I did. And it's true with pretty much every brand out there. I've had some that I liked and some that I didn't. And some of it was beautiful and some of it wasn't. So, oh, hey, Fiber Spider, yay! I'm so glad to see you. I'm putting my link up if anybody wants to come up and join me. Yay. Oh my goodness. No, I was just saying that I learned a huge amount when I picked up the hook again after having, not done it for so many years. I learned a huge amount from YouTube. And Fiber Spider was one of those channels where I learned so much long before we ever became, friends. I was watching him and learning from him and watching him demonstrate all those patterns that he creates. Has anyone pre-ordered the Advent yarn? Okay, from Popeye Guys. Well, you all know that I'm a big fan of Popeye yarns and Daniel. I have not ordered the Advent yarn there yet. I have in my possession some other yarns that I did order from him. I have some fingering weight yarn that I haven't decided what to do with because I do not want to create something that I will not use, and I certainly am not going to create something that I'm going to part with because, by golly, that yarn is mine and no one is going to get it unless they pry it from my cold, dead hands. I'm a little passionate about that. Oh, Marie Chavez is saying that she finds the ice yarn Picasso difficult to work with and certainly difficult to frog. Let me see, what is, okay. Nana Michelle had her first live today, apparently, and that's a good thing. I think that was fun. I didn't see it, but you're saying that you had a good time doing it. Hello, Janet. Oh, Freaky Geek, I have never heard of that solution of putting the yarn in the freezer before you work with it. I've heard of putting onions in the freezer before you slice them so that you don't cry. But anyway, hey! Oh, let me
Hello.
put my earbuds now so that I can hear you.
Hey, hey, hey.
Hi.
What's shaking? What's up?
Hi,
Hello?
there you go.
You're frozen.
I hear
Wait,
you.
no. There you
Am I
go.
frozen? I was
You
frozen for a minute.
you were a hiccup in the matrix for a second. Hello?
Are we better now?
Getting there.
Okay.
Okay.
Oh,
So
that's good.
what's that?
Well, I don't know. I'm just something
Thank you,
here.
Renee.
I didn't do my flip. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. People just love you and can't get enough of you. So really, sort of, I'm still a little bit starstruck, even though we've talked so much offline.
Please,
Uh,
you know. Okay. All right. Listen. All right. Um, for those of you watching on the stream right now, I can't really see your comments. So if you're directing a question or a comment to me, David, please do your biz, okay? Because I can't see it, okay? So if I don't respond, it's on David. It's on David right now. But dude, why?
well, yeah.
Okay.
I
Now, as
accept
far
the blame. Everything is my fault. Yeah.
of course, but
Anything
no, I
that
mean,
goes wrong.
no. As far as I'm sorry, but all right. Here's the little dealio. You just said that you gals are starstruck. You should know perfectly well by now, okay, that I do not put on any airs or anything like that, all right? So,
Oh,
no.
well, actually, I was just joking. In your case, because we have talked so much
Yeah, we
and
do.
have become friends offline, that but there are people who make me a little starstruck still.
Well, that's on
Um,
you.
it's true. It's true. But it's okay. I can still talk to them. I used to, when I was writing about music, I used to interview some of these world famous opera singers. And I managed to do that. So I can talk to world famous crocheters too. You
Do you know
know?
any?
What? World
Who?
famous crocheters?
Do
Well, aside
tell.
from
Who?
you,
Oh, please.
there is. Oh, I would love to get Crystal up here. Now, I know that you and she and somebody else. Oh, look, there's Nana Michelle who wants to come up too. We love Nana Michelle.
Hi.
Hello.
I did jump
Um,
in and give hugs to
oh,
my
Fiber
favorite
Floozy
men.
is here too. We love Fiber Floozy. And New Zealand is here. Oh my goodness. It's hard to pay attention to the chat when you're doing so many things.
Oh, I
So please,
understand.
yeah, please forgive me if it looks like I'm ignoring you, because I don't intend to. But look who I've got here.
I got
I've
my
got.
dudes. I got my dudes. I'm happy.
I know, and such dudes you've got too.
I love my dudes.
Yeah. So yeah.
Do the dude, Mountain Dude.
Reminds me, Craig, we need to talk offline about it. My Monday Men series.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, we did.
I love your Monday Men series. Just saying.
I love my Monday Men series. I really enjoy doing it, and I
I've
really
watched
enjoy
all
the
of them.
feedback that I'm getting as well.
And I actually knew Combat Crochet when he used to be Mr. Yarny Pants.
Me too. Exactly.
Yep.
You know, I miss that name. I mean, Combat Crochet
I
fun, but I
know.
miss that moniker.
I
I
did
do
not know
too.
him then, but I think he is stellar. I think he's
He is.
wonderful
He
now.
is
He has such a
awesome.
great energy.
And I'm sure he was wonderful under a different name.
Of course.
And I
He was
love
the
the
same.
work. I love the work that he does. I mean, he's talked about using crochet for healing his own PTSD issues, or at least helping with them. And he has talked also about teaching other veterans to crochet and seeing that they have seen some improvement in their own PTSD issues. He is very quick to say he is not a professional, and if people need professional help, they need to get it from a professional, but he is offering a tool. Hello, Pamela McGuire. Hello. Anyone else I have? Alicia Simpson. Anyone else I have missed? But he is a really great guy. And,
He's good
since
people.
then, exactly. Since then, he and I have also texted back and forth as friends. And
That's awesome.
Okay.
he's
I thought
he's
my camera
good.
was going to be better that way. It's not.
Okay. Well, it's a really great picture of your palm right now.
Well, Craig, I'm going to fangirl on you right now. I'm sorry. I love all your patterns. I have made so many of your stuff.
Well, that's okay.
And
Thank
Hey,
you.
Cindy the crocheter. E.
I can't get enough. I just can't. I love it.
He
And
does
we
great
love you.
stuff.
Well,
I've
right
done many
now-
of his patterns
right
Okay,
now,
I'm done now. I'm done gushing
Well,
now.
thank you.
I'm going to behave.
Okay. Behave? Whose
Yeah.
chat do you think you're in? No need to behave around
it
here.
was, last. It was last weekend that I did. It was like a Lion Brand haul unboxing.
I love
And I had gotten all of these pounds of love and these like really
Oh,
gorgeous.
yeah, it was
colors.
about 50 pounds, wasn't it?
18.
Almost. Yeah. And
And,
it seemed like 50, yeah.
I'm doing a Granny Ripple.
Oh, let me see. Oh, pretty.
Oh, nice.
I like it.
And so so the bottom one is, I believe, the Thistle, and then the next one is, okay, I don't remember the name of it, but I also have next up, like, because I'm trying to go in like a color order. So it's like the purple, and then sort of like a rusty brown, and then this one is umber, and then that'll be going into pumpkin spice.
I thought
and then I've got
that there
a
were
whole bunch of others.
Yeah, I thought when you did that there were particular combinations that would be really nice. Proverbs 31 loves you and wants to have your baby. Fiber Floozy has sent a raid over, and so has Who Knows, who was just a few minutes ago sitting right beside Fiber Floozy as they were doing a live together. But Who Knows needs to be driving safely because he's going home. So no YouTubing and driving.
Right.
Anyway, Michelle's Mosaics and more. Thinks those were beautiful colors, which I agree. I loved that unboxing. Generally speaking, I'm not that big a fan of unboxings, but I'm a big fan of Lion Brand, and it was all Pound of Love, which is pretty much
like my favorite yarn.
I love Pound of Love.
Exactly.
Seriously,
Exactly.
It is one of my favorite yarns. I would say out of their yarns, because I mean I use predominantly either Karen, Red Heart, or Lion Brand. I mean those are like my three canonical ones, generally speaking, because they're very accessible for me. So I mean, like, as far as Lion Brand though, I would say Pound of Love, Ice Cream, Mandala. You know, it depends on like what kind of colorway I want to go with. Like if I want a quick variegated, you know, I would say Ice Cream. If I want a longer range of color changes, I would say the Mandala.
Okay.
If
Pamela McGuire, I'm sorry to interrupt you. Pamela McGuire says that she found us through Creative Grandma. And, you know, she so graciously did a shout out for me the other day with my Hat Not Hate project. So I'm really glad to see that. And Daniel is here from Pawply Guys.
Hey, Daniel.
We love Daniel.
We love Daniel too.
No, nobody loves Daniel like I love Daniel because
he's a cutie pie.
Yeah.
Well, you are cutie pies. I'm just saying.
He's mine. You can't have him.
Hey, you're all cutie pies.
David, you're being a lech.
Yeah. And
I know, right? And my point is,
yeah, you say that like it's a bad thing.
No, I'm just stating.
Uh,
But like I was saying, it's like it depends on like what kind of colorway I want to go with, really. It's like if I want something with a solid, I'll go with like the Pound of Love, quick change variegated ice cream, long colorway mandala, I mean, so you get some variety in there, you know. Um, but I thought that the Granny Ripple would really be nice with those colors. And I think I'm going to do all
mm.
9 in the same blanket,
There were
just sort of like
all
scroll
9
through all the
colors in one
colors.
blanket.
And then I was thinking sorry?
How large do you envision the blanket becoming then?
Yeah, doing 5 rows of. I'm
Of each
sorry.
color? No, I was asking how large
Repeat.
do you envision the blanket becoming?
Okay, you keep cutting out.
I have that way. I'm sorry.
Well, I mean, it's fairly wide. But I mean, I'm going to go through all 9 colors. I'm thinking like 5 rows of like, the thistle, then 5 rows of the next color, then 5 rows, and then cycle through again. Just cycle through. However many times it takes for me to get it, long enough.
Mm-hmm.
Now, if I have enough left over, which I imagine I will, if I have enough left over, I was thinking about then doing a Granny Square project. Now, what I was thinking, here's the way the spider brain works. The arachnid bedlam, or the arachneurosis, if you will.
I like the way that sounds. Yes.
Yeah, well, it fits. So I was thinking, because I think that the colors go really well together. So what I was thinking, I've been brainstorming this, is the idea of doing one of those continuous join as you go Granny Square projects where you have your squares already pre-made, and then you do the continuous, sort of serpentine join, so that you're not sewing anything together, and you can finish all of your squares prior to putting the blanket together. And what I was thinking is, try to create sort of, for lack of a better term, all right, picture this, put on your visualization caps, sort of an ombre of Granny Squares. Now, so like for instance, the top tier of squares would be a solid color. Okay. Then the second tier would be the first color with like, say, like a total of say 4 rounds. Okay. So then the outer 3 rounds would be the first color, and then the middle round would be the new color. And then the next one down, it would be the same 2 colors, but there would be like 2 of the new colors inside of the outer color. And then like keep doing it until it's transitioned from one color to the next color, by like increasing the number of rounds of the new color. And then when it's a solid of the new color, then start introducing a third color, and so on and so forth. So it's sort of like an op art, I think they call it, optical art, where you're transitioning from one color A into color B, then into color C, then into color D, and so on and so forth, and sort of like
a little bit like forced perspective.
Sorry?
A little bit like forced perspective.
Yeah, sort of. It's like it would probably look better from a distance than close up, as far as the change. If that makes sense.
It does. I did a blanket myself. Hello, Lisa the Grammy. Daniel is struggling. Can't find whatever it is he needs, that he thinks that he needs to come up, but he's always welcome. I did, oh gosh, about a year ago.
Of course.
A blanket that was, it was a metered Granny Square, um, where it was a forced perspective kind of thing, where it, and basically I took a picture I had seen, and someone actually had sent me the photo and said, "Can you do this?" And I said, "Sure." That might have been my first designer experience, really, before I ever even wrote a pattern. Um, but I did a metered granny square with ombre colors, um, creating a forced perspective effect, and then I, put a bunch
Oh,
of
I'm
them
sorry. You mean
together.
mitered?
Yeah, you say potato, I say potato.
Mhm.
We're not going to call this whole thing off. Anyway, metered, mitered.
No. Okay.
Um,
Yeah, I think
yeah,
okay, I could be
exactly.
mistaken, but
It
I
doesn't matter
think it's
in the
mitered.
end. It's
No,
spelled
no, I'm just saying.
Mitered, so
Right,
it doesn't
right.
really matter. But
No, I just wanted to
um,
clarify because now I know what you're talking about because I've done something similar where it was sort of like a Northern Star uh type of pattern using those half diagonal half granny square. It's a lot of fun to work with.
cool. And there's
Hello.
our Daniel. Oh
Hi,
my
Daniel.
goodness.
Hi.
Yeah.
Hi.
Oh my
Hi.
goodness. It is so late or early for you over there.
I just
But
woke up, literally.
sorry?
I've literally just woke up.
Oh really? Okay. And oh, I know I asked you this yesterday, but you're not working today, correct?
No, if I was working, I wouldn't be up.
Okay. Yeah.
I'd still be fast asleep.
Mm.
Hi,
Because
Mary.
Daniel is fortunate to have one of those jobs where he does like 2 or 3 long shifts in a week rather than times 5 times 8, which we in the U.S. are accustomed to. So 2 or 3 long shifts in a week, and that's a complete week's worth of work for him. Too many W's. But you know what I mean. Um,
I work 10
so
hours a day.
every day.
Yep.
Oh, honey, you got to stop that.
Yep.
Yeah, I mean,
It's taking my crochet time. It's not fun. I don't like
I
it.
know. I remembered. Well, it's been a very long time since I was actually employed, but I remember that it severely cut into my nap time.
Oh.
I don't do
No.
nap time, but you know,
Yeah, not to mention my crochet time.
I'm
But
too hyper. I'm too hyper for nap time.
Same here.
well, I'll take your naps and mine too then,
Okay. Well.
because
Okay.
I love naps. Because
You
I
have
don't
my
sleep
nap.
all that well at
I
night.
don't.
But
I don't sleep that well at night either.
Oh
I'm lucky if I get
dear.
4 hours of sleep a night.
Oh,
Are any of you familiar with the Queen's Gambit?
I
Brilliant.
well,
loved that. Yes, I loved that.
Okay, I didn't finish it. I got pretty far into it, but you know
didn't
how she
finish
sees
it?
the
Oh, and
chessboard
then
on the ceiling?
I'm not gonna blow you up because I finished it.
Well,
So
but you know how she sees the chessboard on the ceiling and she's just like she's
That's
lying in
me.
bed and she's staring at
Yep.
the ceiling and she's plotting all of these moves. That's me
That's
with
my
my
crochet
crocheting.
brain.
So it's like, yeah, sleep now.
Yeah, that's my crochet brain.
You know,
I
it's
sleep.
just like I'm just
I,
like, all right, now how can I manipulate? It's like,
there
how can I
have been
manipulate this stitch into I can create this and sleep
yeah.
doesn't come easy for me.
no, it
There
doesn't
have
for
been
me either.
times, yeah. There have been times when I've had to get out of bed and start making notes about something where I had an idea, And then once I started taking notes, I was excited, and then I couldn't go back to bed, and then I would be up for a few hours.
Yeah, the number
But-
of times where that's happened, and I'm like, you know what, just whatever. I'm getting up and I'm just gonna start swatching right now because otherwise I'm gonna lose my steam and no, no.
The other night,
That's
I posted about this on Facebook, where I had what I thought was a really, really great idea, and I posted on Facebook. I said, "Hey, y'all, I'm fitting to have a really good idea here," and then I went to sleep, and it went away. I have no idea what the idea was. It'll probably come back to me at some point after somebody else has done it. But anyway, well, it's okay. It doesn't matter. I've got enough ideas already. So Daniel, tell us what's going on over there.
Well, not a lot, seeing as it's 5 to 5 in the morning.
Yeah, you should
So-
definitely be drinking some coffee or something over there.
I've got juice at the moment.
Way
It's
early.
too warm for
Juice
coffee.
you've got? Okay. So where's Oslo?
He's in bed. He's sensitive.
He doesn't wake up when he senses that you're moving around?
No.
He
He's
just
lazy.
stays. Oh. I guess he doesn't love
He
you
knows
very
where
much
his
then.
priorities are.
Sorry?
He knows where his priorities are.
When it's meal time?
Yeah. He'll
Oh.
get away with meal time and then go back to bed.
Mm. Well, you know, puppies and children, that's really all they do is they play, they eat, they poop.
Mm-hmm.
But David, that also sounds like spouses.
As well, yeah. In fact, I remember a number of years ago, I was sitting with some friends. When I was in New York, we were at the center on 13th Street, and somebody came along who had a really gorgeous puppy, and everybody was all over the puppy, and somebody said to me, that puppy is going to get him laid so much. And I'm going, yeah, it is. It's the same with dogs and with children. You admire other people's, but do you really want one of your own? with dogs, with children, with spouses, you admire other people's, but do you really want one of your own?
Well, it's funny because like whenever I see, you know, like a really cute little kid, you know, with the parents, and you know, the kid knows that they are still in the puppy stage, like they're still in the cute stage, so they can get away with
Mhm.
bloody murder. So I tell the kid, I'm like, listen, you're cute, you can get away with it. Rock on, you know, like, you know, take advantage of it while you can, because in a couple of years you won't be able to get away with it anymore. And they probably have no idea what I'm saying, but I'm like, you know what? Live it up while you can, because you could get away with highway robbery right now. You know, you could pull off the biggest heist in the world and it would be totally cool, because all you have to do is show your little dimples and you're fine, you know? It's all good.
I remember, like, when I was in college, I think I was working in a convenience store, and somebody, this I don't know, might have been an 8 or 9-year-old kid came in and was so incredibly polite with the please and the thank you and everything. And I'm going, you're not from around here, are you? Because I was just incredibly impressed by that kid's behavior. And I know that he learned over time how to use it and how to work people. And do you know what? All of us do that. We learn what works and what doesn't if we're smart.
Well,
and it's human nature. So we shouldn't really criticize people who become experts.
well, no, I was not criticizing. I was just saying.
I know that. I know that. Yeah.
because we'll see some people, I mean, it's sort of like maneuvering your way through the world. Some people, they maneuver with a smile. Some people, they maneuver with a hammer. I mean, it's like, the carrot, it's the carrot or the stick, Great example. Really great example. There was, I was working in retail at the time, and there was this little boy, single digits, he was, I don't know, maybe like, 8 or 9. And, he came up to me and he's like, "Excuse me, sir, but could you please help me find something?" And I'm like you, again, like, you're not from around here, are you?
Yeah.
And so I showed him what he needed. And I said, well, like, here's, the benefits of this product over this product. You could get this, but this one's cheaper and it's still just as good. Like, I explained the ins and outs of what he needed, because I don't just like pointing and being like, there, just go, like, no, I actually like to show people, not just where it is, but, the ins and outs if possible, if I know about it. Like, I used to be really big on jewelry making, polymer clay, and so on and so forth. I think that's what it was.
Yeah.
At any rate.
Yeah.
So the thing is that then when I was done showing him, he actually said, "I almost died. Thank you very much, kind sir."
You said kind sir?
Yeah.
Oh my goodness
I swear to God,
gracious.
if my head could have exploded like a Looney Tunes
Crystal's here,
cartoon.
guys.
Oh, hey, Crystal. So glad to see you.
Hello.
Hey, Crystal.
So I was just totally blown away. So later when I saw his mother, I said, "Ma'am, whatever it is that you're doing, kudos and congratulations to you. Please keep up the good work, because he's on the right track." I mean, whenever I do get the chance to acknowledge the parents' good job, I definitely try to.
Oh,
And
definitely, yeah.
I was so blown away, because I'm like, the manners, they go a long way, and unfortunately they're so undervalued these days. And seeing that was just so
They are.
refreshing.
They
and
really
it
are. And
lightened up my day. I remember very vividly.
kids are not taught that. So, Crystal, if you have just come in, hello, Go Forth and Knit as well, in case Crochet Haven. We were just talking about our experience in the retail trade when we have run across kids who were surprisingly well behaved and polite. And I'm sure that every one of Crystal's kids is just as well behaved and polite as what we have seen, because we have every faith in Crystal and Mr. Bod as parents, because they're just pretty terrific people anyway. Hello, Pamela McGuire.
So Daniel, how's the yarn been selling?
Really well. I'm actually really happy with how it's been selling lately, actually. And
Are you able to keep up, Daniel, in terms of
Yes.
sales and stuff?
David, I work 2 days a week. I have plenty of time to get everything up together.
Great.
But yes, I'm extremely happy with how things are going at the moment. Hopefully things will only get better with time.
Well,
But-
we all dream of the day when you can do yarn full time
Yes.
and step aside from your other job, even though you say that you enjoy it and find that fulfilling as well.
Well, I think enjoying it, David's a little extreme.
Well, it has its moments, I'm sure.
But no, I
Because-
just want out of my day job. I don't
Yeah.
want to have to work and
Yeah,
do
because
yarn as well.
your day job is in a helping profession, which is not a surprise, because that's the sort of guy that I think you are. So that's how you find it fulfilling. Maybe not full of joy, but fulfilling on its own. Does that make sense to you?
Yeah. Craig, Crystal asked, do you YouTube for a living?
Do I?
Craig?
Craig is
Yes?
still working outside of YouTube, if I understand correctly. If that's the question. So he's
Well, I
not
mean,
doing.
sorry, well, I'm sorry, because with all the different mics, one keeps cutting in while the other one cuts out. So I'm sorry. So somebody asked, do I do this full time for like
Yeah,
a living
Crystal.
living?
Yeah.
Today asked if you do YouTube for a living.
Well, I would like to.
I think we
I mean, I
all
do
would.
have, yeah, I mean, well, I have a part-time job, a quote unquote real job that I do part-time. I work at a library. Um, I'm not a librarian though. No, I'm just a clerk. But I do that part-time. And then every other waking moment, I am YouTubing. Um, and it's still not enough for me to um, support myself fully. So that's why I also have, a part-time job as well. Um, and so I'm not at that level yet, but I am making efforts to do what I can as far as, keep up the good work and keep plugging along and so on and so forth. Because not just the crocheting and knitting and audiobooks on the main channel, I also have my video game channel. And that one I post every day. And on top of that, I also have my Etsy store, and I've been putting up more items lately than I had been. I had been slacking considerably, I know, but I've been putting up more items. So rather long answer for a simple question. I put in full-time hours, but I don't, I don't make enough to support myself, but I definitely do it for most of my waking hours, whether it's the games or the crocheting. It's 24/7 from when I wake up to when I go to bed.
I think that a lot of us dream of making a living from our social media presence. I would just encourage you to not use words like slacking, because everybody needs a rest now and then, because God knows I do. And sometimes when I take a rest and take a day or two off, people will reach out and say, "Are you okay? I haven't seen you." And I think that's beautiful that people have become accustomed to seeing me. And I'm sure that you get the same kind of experience, Craig. And I'm sure that I know that Crystal does, because she's talked about it as well. But everybody has their own tolerance, their own ability, and it ebbs and flows. It comes and goes. Anyway, I might be speaking nonsense. I don't know.
Well, actually,
So,
no, you're not talking nonsense. But actually, no, I haven't had a vacation or taken a day off. I don't know how long it's been. It might be years.
so Craig, are you going to be able to join me at that men's fiber retreat
as far as,
in September?
I don't know. You tell me.
Are you
Well,
paying?
I'm not paying for him. I can hardly pay for myself. But I nominated Craig for a
No.
scholarship.
No, I haven't.
But
I haven't heard anything from them or anything.
oh,
So
I see. Okay. So it might take them a while to make a decision then. At that point, when I told you about it, they had already filled up in terms of registration, but they had some scholarship positions available. So I said, you have to take Fiber Spider, because who wouldn't? Because he would be such a valuable part of any yarn community.
Well, somebody in the right mind, maybe?
But we're talking about yarn people, so, that lets that out right away.
But no, I haven't heard any.
Okay, so it would be lovely if you were there. I hope that I can make it myself. I've already registered and paid, but I don't know whether I might have to cancel for money reasons. I hope I don't, but it's possible. And then there's getting myself up there, because it's a bit of a schlep from North Carolina to New York. Hi, Life Talk with Liz. So glad to see you.
Hey, Liz.
Hi, Liz.
Let's see. I hope I'm not missing other people. I'm sure I am missing lots of other people. Miguel is here. Let's see.
I know you went live, Miguel. Sorry I missed it. I've only just woke up.
Okay, I'm just putting up the StreamYard link again if anybody else wants to join us. I understand that a day or two ago I was doing a live stream and there was somebody who wanted to come up, and I never saw that person in the basement. I never saw that she wanted to come up, and I felt so bad.
It happens, though. It's so easy to miss stuff that's going by in the chat. It's easy to miss that,
It is, yeah.
I mean, I can vouch for you. I mean, I've missed stuff myself, so I get it.
Well, yeah, I'm not beating myself up, because believe you me, I've got other stuff to beat myself up over. But I did feel bad in the moment. And Miguel says we understand the time difference with Daniel. He apparently has just woken up and joined us. I hope he didn't wake up specifically to join us, but
no, it's really warm tonight, so I keep waking up.
Oh, I see. Okay. No. I mean, it would be typical for him to be that nice, but I didn't think he did tonight. It doesn't sound nice, does it? Let's see.
So who was Miguel quoting, Jill? Who was he promoting? Anyone in particular?
Probably Jill herself.
Probably.
Yeah. So you weren't there, Daniel, when they were doing their live together in the hotel lobby.
No, I wasn't.
But it was fun. It was fun. I enjoyed watching that.
I thought, it's 4 o'clock in the morning. Will I catch them? But no, I'd missed it.
Yeah. Well, whenever I do these middle of the night things, it takes me a couple of days to recover. But I don't mind it, because I actually enjoy doing these middle of the night things. And also this week, I try to post every day, but I didn't do a Thwip Thursday because I was redirecting people to Facebook for the Lion Brand 24-hour hatathon. And then I didn't do a tutorial yesterday because I just couldn't get it together and get it finished and ready to post. So I wanted to do something. So let's call this, it's still Friday night, and I don't care what you say about it. It's still Friday.
I watched a couple of people in the marathon, but I didn't really know half of them, so...
Actually, I found it valuable to see a lot of people I did not know already. and people I want to reach out to and saying, hey, let's get together and do something for our mutual benefit. The the same way, when Daniel, when you and I did our interview, you got followers from people who watch me. I got followers from people who watch you. The same way, whenever I get around to doing it with Craig, it'll be the same. And, that's why I did this fantastic guy called Frederico. I love to say that. In Portugal, his name, his screen name is Knitting by Macho Man. And I gained a lot from that. Combat Crochet is a fantastic guy, but we also did this cross germination, this cross benefit. So I think that everyone knows that that's what's going on, but it's, and I love doing these interviews. I love doing the live streams. I like doing this a whole lot more than I do the recorded videos that I edit and then upload and schedule. In fact, nowadays, the only ones I really enjoy recording are the poetry ones, and you can't do those live. But I'm not going to stop doing poetry. You can't pay me enough to stop doing poetry. Well, you probably could, but nobody's gonna. But I enjoy doing these lives, and I have no idea where I was going with this.
Did the train of thought leave the station without you?
I think it did. Yeah, I had a thought once, but it died of loneliness. But
well, it's okay because I've got 2 brain cells and they're fighting for dominance.
Oh, I see. How's that going?
They're trying to kill each other off.
Uh-oh. So Michelle is just sitting there and listening.
Rennie Clayton asked Fiber Spider, how did you come up with your name? How did you come up with your name and starting remarks for your tutorials and other videos?
Well, as far as coming up with the name Fiber Spider, it just sort of smacked me upside the head. I just came up with it. I'm like, it sounded like it just sort of went together, the sound of it and the idea of, a spider, just sort of stitching the night away, burning the midnight oil, but a happy spider, not, but a happy one, just stitch, stitch,
Sort of like in Charlotte's Web.
Yes.
Yeah. Salutations, exactly. Except, like in my version, Wilbur's okay.
Yeah. And
I'm sorry, I think everybody
what? No, I was just saying that I think that we all know that particular children's book, Charlotte's Web. And I think that's a wonderful thing because it's a wonderful book. Now, Jill is suggesting that we all stay up all night.
As far but what you're saying, in furtherance of the question, Daniel, as far as like the names of projects, sometimes it's an existing pattern or stitch, and that's where the name comes from. Or if it's my own, I just go based on like the design, the shape, and I just try to have something that just sounds right, I guess. Now the thing that gets me, I don't know about you guys. Tell me what you think. When you see a pattern, what's that?
No, I was just welcoming Nancy in because
is somebody coming in?
Nancy is here, and
hello.
Thankfully, she let me know she was in the basement, and I didn't realize.
I wasn't that long.
Yeah, we're always glad to see Nancy. And Nancy, how is that new grandbaby of yours?
Oh, he's
Exactly.
adorable.
Are you
want to see?
pinching cheeks?
Hello.
Pinching cheeks?
You want to see him?
Yeah.
I'll show you a picture from my
Yes.
phone.
Of course, you're a grandma. You have pictures. You have. So Nancy's
I did
son
make
and
him some
daughter-in-law had a new baby this week. They already have another, but so this is their second.
Congratulations.
stuff. Thank you. We have a lot of boys in our family. I want to find the good. There's a good, really good picture. Well, here I don't know.
So we know Nancy loves her grandchildren.
Oh,
Oh,
there he is.
look!
He's a peanut.
He's so tiny. Oh my goodness
He
gracious!
was over
Aw.
8 pounds though, but they're still so tiny.
He was over 8 pounds.
Yes, he looks small.
No
Yes.
wonder they had to do a C-section.
I know. You're not the first person that said that. Oh, here's the one. He's looking at me.
Oh my goodness! So of course they're home now, right? The mom and baby are home now.
You know, it's unbelievable. She had the baby on Monday. They sent her home on Wednesday. When I had my kids, you know, you went home in like 4 days for a natural birth, and then for the C-sections, they used to stay a whole week. So she's complaining, probably because she's home too soon. You know, she's not
Yeah.
feeling
Well,
great.
back in those days, they at least I think we're of a similar vintage, Nancy. So I think that when
What
we
does that
were
mean?
young,
We born around the same year,
something like that.
right?
But
Okay.
you know, when we were young, they didn't do laparoscopic surgery quite as readily as they do now, and
Right.
so more often the C-sections would have been, you know, really much more invasive than they are now. I think because I had my gallbladder
David?
out when yeah. Go ahead.
You're making me think of a quote from Rosemary's Baby. Actually,
Oh,
girls
okay.
today, they take things more in stride with better medical care, vitamins. Like it was Minnie Castevet, commenting on, Rosemary, and she's like, oh, I was in such pain, Dan had to give me gin through a straw, classic movie.
I would have taken Jim.
Tell me you've seen it.
I have, but it's been such a long time that I really don't have much.
Baby, it's a
Oh,
classic.
look, you're doing mosaic, aren't you? Oh,
I
that's
made
beautiful.
a little bag.
So pretty.
It has a
Nice.
zipper.
Yeah, but
You
as
stick the zipper and then you crochet it right on the zipper. Isn't that cool?
I have not learned to do that yet with
There's
you
a
know,
tutorial.
sewing on
I
zippers
like
and things.
tutorial people. I can
Now
follow.
I can do mosaic. I've learned a little bit about that, but as far as stitching in zippers and that sort of thing, still
Yeah,
a little
well,
bit beyond me.
I haven't
She
done
makes
it.
it easy. I couldn't do any of this stuff on my own. I mean, I started to crochet again. I learned when I was 19, when my grandson was on the way, and I started just making washcloths. And then one day, my friend posted a picture of the, I think it was Virus Meets Granny, and she said, "Oh, you could make that." And I followed. I messed it up the first time, but the second one came out good, and I made a few of them.
Cool.
So I mean, I've made a lot of things since, of course.
Mm.
But I did the Havana. Her name's Tina, but I can't remember her last name. It's a little difficult.
It's hard to say.
Yeah, I forget what country she's from too.
Iceland.
Oh, Tina?
Iceland.
Yeah. Oh,
But
I
she-
love her. I learned so much from watching her about the mosaic. Because some other people try to teach it and they're confusing. She is not confusing at all.
Yeah, it came out pretty
And,
good
you
for
know-
the first time. This little bag. I started it.
I
in the
like that a
morning,
lot. Yeah.
and I finished it tonight. That's why I would have been here sooner, but I wanted to finish.
Oh, well, there you go.
You get like in the groove and you want to get it done. Usually I'm taking pictures and posting it,
Mm-hmm.
stuff
Yeah.
like that. But I tried to go to Hobby Lobby to see if they had any clearance yarn yesterday, and nothing there. But I don't need any yarn, really.
Exactly. When people
I-
post about sales, I try to just stay away because I need more yarn, like I need a hole in the head.
I know. I'm just tempted to go there for a couple of things that I wanted because if it's on
Famous, famous
clearance,
last words. Just a couple
Mm.
of things. Famous last
just
words.
I know. I just
Mhm.
bought yarn the other day at Michael's, so it's unfortunate that I have Joann's, Michael's, and Hobby Lobby all within a couple of blocks of each other, about 15 minutes up the road. You know,
Well, we have Hobby Lobby, Joann's, and Michael's here.
I'm
Hobby
not counting
Lobby,
Walmart.
actually, Walmart is pretty close.
My Walmart is awful.
I have a
They
Walmart.
don't have
I
a-
could almost
yeah.
walk there. It's a little far from my Brooklyn. You know, I like to walk where things are in walking distance.
Mhm.
I'm living in Florida now, if you didn't know. So it's like 2 miles away. That's close.
By Brooklyn standards, that's walkable.
Well, I don't know. From my Brooklyn standards, it isn't because I used to walk around the block and you had the supermarket, you had pizza, you had Subway, you had Chinese food, you had the bus, you had the mall. You could walk to the mall, was closer.
There's
So
a
you had
guy.
everything.
There's a guy. I think his name is Cash Jordan, who is a real estate agent in New York City, and he's all about New York City apartments. And
Uh-huh.
just yesterday, I think it was, he posted something in Prospect Heights in Brooklyn.
Hmm.
And I'm going, I know that neighborhood. I lived there for years. So, and oh my God, the prices have risen so much.
I just
But
missed the pizza. I missed the pizza.
Yeah, but exactly, you could get anything you wanted. I could walk around the corner, I could drop off my laundry, I could,
My sons do it all the time. I have 2 sons that live in New York.
exactly.
Well, in
And,
Brooklyn.
because I never did my own laundry, I always dropped it off because you could get it done at a certain rate per pound. And it was
Right.
so much easier than I didn't have it in my building, any building that I lived in.
Well, I
that
had a
wanted.
house, so I used to have I had a washing machine.
Hmm. But
Until
also
we
there was
moved
the
here.
pizza, there was the other kinds of food, Chinese, especially Chinese, Mexican, groceries, whatever you wanted. We didn't have like these supermarket or a football field size supermarkets, but we did have grocery stores like Seatown. You know Seatown, of course.
Yeah, I know it.
So
They have their good and their bad things there, you know.
exactly, and sometimes I miss living
Parking
there,
was
but
very
only
difficult.
sometimes. Well, I never had a car when I. Well,
Oh,
that's not
okay.
true. When I was in Inwood, upstate Manhattan, as they call it, I had a car, but I garaged it and paid through the nose for that. But I
Okay.
needed it because I had I was doing church music in Connecticut at the time. But still, and when you've got a car, it's hard to let go of it. But you can't park it on the street in New York, or else you're going to lose it, or it's going to be
It's becoming
really.
more and more difficult to park there.
Yeah. But I loved. There were parts about living in New York that I loved, and parts that I miss, and
Mhm.
other parts that I don't miss at all. And I think if I ever moved back there, the parts that I don't miss at all would be the ones that would just hit me in the face. Mostly the expense.
Mostly, I miss my 2 sons and my daughter-in-law now, and good food. And I have a brother that lives upstate and some cousins on the island.
Hmm.
So
I
mean, it's
miss.
becoming more difficult to go back now that I have 2 grandchildren, and I have a sister in Texas I would love to visit, but I just can't seem to leave now.
Texas is wonderful. I love Texas. I spent some time in Dallas. I would gladly live in Dallas again. I would live in Dallas again before I would live in New York City
She's near
again.
Dallas. She's in Grand Prairie. They went through the deep freeze.
Oh
You know?
yeah, that was
First they
hard.
had COVID, but whatever. Thank God they got
Yeah.
better.
Yeah, exactly. And I actually, just as COVID was hitting, I became very ill, very sick when I was living in Dallas.
I remember you saying that.
A totally unrelated cause, but I wound up in the hospital at the same time, and it was tough, and no one could visit me, and I only heard from people through the medical personnel, and I was getting miscommunications from them because there was like one, I think it was a resident doctor who was saying, "Oh, your roommate doesn't want you back," and another one who was there was a lot of stuff. So and then that's really why I wound up coming back to North Carolina to live with my sister, because she basically had no choice but to take me back. But
I have a question, yarn related.
okay,
Okay.
getting
I
back
won
to
some yarn from, yes, let's get back to crochet and yarn. So I won some yarn from Jill, you know Jill.
Oh,
Fiber
Fiberfoozy, yeah.
Yeah, and it was from Ice Yarns, and it was a sock weight, and I was looking for a project to do because it only had like 400 yards. I used it already. It was hand-dyed sock yarn, and I made a shawl because I found a tutorial that said it was a one-ball shawl. It's kind of small, but I wonder if I blocked it, if it would stretch out. It's kind of stretchy because it's a sock yarn. What do you think? It's hard to see because, you know.
Well, I like the colors. Tell me again what the material is.
It's mostly wool. One second, I got to find it. It's in small print. It's 75% superwash wool, 25% polyamide, polyamide.
Polyamide. Yeah.
Right. So it's sock yarn, but it was a number one, I think. I haven't worked too much number.
You could probably block it out a little bit, or you could just rock it as a shawlette.
Yeah.
It's gonna have to be a shawlette.
Yeah.
You know?
I don't know a lot about
really
blocking
pretty.
because I have almost always used acrylic yarns, which don't require blocking. But
I've got a few, you know, like mixed yarns.
I have almost always used budget yarns until I met Daniel, and then I had to buy some of his extremely gorgeous stuff.
I made Crystal's shawl. I'm going to wear it tomorrow
that's
night.
right.
I'm going to a wedding.
Do you have it? Oh, wow.
And it was that, what's it called? Karen's
Nancy,
Cakes.
Yeah, were you here a little while ago when Crystal was here for a few minutes?
I was listening while I was finishing up this thing. I didn't say hello. I was watching you on the big TV.
As well, you should have been. That's where I belong.
Not the living room TV. Sometimes I'm watching you in the bigger TV. Or whoever I'm watching, you know?
So
I just love that, especially for tutorials, to put the things on the TV and you can really see, hopefully, what they're doing. At least you can pause it and rewind and stuff like that.
Pamela says she loves one of our accents. I'm not quite sure whose it is. She's
Daniel.
from Tennessee.
It's probably Daniel's.
Of course. We love everything about Daniel.
Maybe she likes my Brooklyn accent.
I think it's cute.
Thanks.
Somebody asked me a few minutes ago whether I had ever lived in Tennessee. Because right now I'm in coastal North Carolina in Wilmington. So I know from Tennessee. I have friends in Knoxville and Nashville. But I've never lived there.
Well, I used to live near Wilmington, so you remember.
Oh, right. That's right. You did mention that. Yeah.
In like near Calabash for 5 years.
Yeah, Southport.
We get around.
Like
we
that.
get around
Yeah.
a little.
But now you're in Pembroke Pines, right?
Yeah, I'm in Pembroke Pines, Florida, about six years now.
I remember Pembroke Pines from when I lived down there.
Oh,
Yeah, because
okay.
I spent like 5 or 6 years down there, and during that time, I went to the University of Miami
Mhm.
for grad school and got most of a master's there, and I'm still kicking myself for not finishing it.
Oh,
But of course, it's too late now. But
it's never too late.
I'd have to start over actually if I wanted
Oh, okay.
a
I never went
master's
to
degree.
college. I was busy raising kids.
Do you know?
Hopefully
I
they're
was
polite. I heard you talking about the polite kids. I have a son that's a math teacher. He teaches high school.
exactly.
So,
Actually, do you know when I started college, I studied music education with the idea of becoming a high school music teacher. And my mom tried to talk me into studying math so that I could like have another, so that I could be more employable.
okay.
And I did well in math. I was good with math. And math and music theory go hand in hand because you're studying the structure of music, and most people don't really look at music in that way, but if you look at it in an analytical way, it's really rewarding. But so the math and the music theory go hand in hand. But I didn't do that. And actually, by the time I got out of college, I was fixed on having a performing career, and that didn't happen either. But if I had gone into the public schools as a teacher of any sort when I was 21, it would not have turned out well, because when I was 21, I had like a mental age of 12, and
They pay pretty good in New York for teachers.
well, I
But,
was in North
but
Carolina.
I wanted to have another question. Did you? Because I know Greg he has other channels, but it's mostly video. It's a video game, right? My son
Mhm.
has a Yu-Gi-Oh channel. You ever hear of Yu-Gi-Oh?
Oh, I know of it.
Oh, but you never played it, I guess.
No, I've never
Okay.
played it.
They were all, my kids were all born in the 80s.
Well, I was born in '79, so
Okay,
I
so
was born in
I graduated high school in
62.
'77. Trying to stay young.
but no, I mean, I do
Mm.
know of Yu-Gi-Oh! I mean, I believe originally it was a card game, and I think they
Yeah.
probably did some video games based on the card game. I just like Pokemon, I mean,
They still
I
play
know
the
of it,
card
but I've never
game.
played it.
They play the card game virtually. And his channel is basically teaching people how to play different strategies.
And how's he
for
doing
the
with that
card game.
channel?
That's cool.
He's got like
Does he have-
5,000.
Yeah, there was another one.
5,000? I would kill for
There was another game.
5,000.
But
Pardon?
he's just been doing it for a few years, and he's a teacher also, so it's not his main thing.
Yeah, I just hit 1,400 subscribers, and I just hit 3,000 watch hours, and I still need another 1,000 watch hours to get monetized.
I hear you. I have about 3,400 hours.
Yeah.
I have like 13, but I'm busy with the baby, so whatever it is,
Well, you have
I'm not trying to
life.
make a living on here. I like to show what I make, and stuff like that.
I don't know that I'm trying to make a living, because I don't know that there's that much of a living to be
to
made,
make
but
a
I
few
like
bucks.
doing it, and I don't really have that much else going on in my life right now.
Right.
I should be doing other things to like make a better living, but this is what brings me more joy than
Me too. I enjoy it a
other
lot.
things.
You could say I got addicted to I got addicted to crochet, then the yarn. I don't buy patterns much because I mostly follow tutorials.
I don't
But
buy
I can
patterns,
follow a
and
pattern now and then.
and this is only in the past 6 months that I've noticed this, that I just don't enjoy following other people's patterns. I'd rather make my own.
Well, that's fine. It's just we're in a different. Everybody's in a
It's-
different stage of
Exactly, and that's fine. Exactly. I'm not complaining. It's just where I am right now. Oh, look, Reggie is with us. Hey,
Well,
Reggie.
I probably couldn't have whipped this up in my head, you know. So I appreciate the people that take the time to make tutorials, and
I
if I see
love
something that inspires me, I'll try it.
I love the tutorials. I love the patterns online. Most of my patterns come from looking at somebody else's pattern and saying, you know, I could do that a little differently. I could do that a little better. I could do that and
You
put
could
my own
tweak it.
flair
Like
on it. Exactly.
I made a
I
top.
mean, that's what I do so often is that I see something that I like, but then I'm like, well, but if I alter it in X, Y, and Z kind of a way,
Mhm.
then I make it into something else, you know? So, I
Maybe
mean, there's a
something you
lot of
really want.
variation involved. Pardon?
Exactly.
You really want.
My
Well, like I
very
made it.
first.
I'm
Go ahead.
sorry. I
No,
made a
no.
top, and she was making a medium, and I really thought I needed a large. So I just kind of like altered it so it would fit me, and it did fit. It wasn't perfect, but it fit good.
But you're
It's
not
on
a
the,
large girl.
no, but I'm not a medium.
Okay. Well, you know better than we do because I don't know
Well, they
women's
run
sizes
small.
at all.
But I'm just saying I didn't want it to be too tight. I didn't want it to be too tight. I'm not a juniors, you know.
Now, one of the most rewarding things, though, I like to send my things out as gifts because that's really pretty much all I do is gifts and donations. I never sell my stuff, but I like to send my stuff out as gifts and have people send me photos back. And most people who follow me will have seen I think it was a month ago or so, a good friend of mine who is a world famous soprano, an absolutely amazing singer, posted on her own Instagram a picture wearing something that I had sent her that I had made that was actually one of Dana's patterns, but I had made it for her, and I'm still floating on that because it was wonderful. I got some Instagram traffic from that, not a lot of YouTube traffic, but still.
I get a lot of kicks out of just making stuff, and my son in New York will wear it. Both of them, the younger one, he'll wear the crochet things more than my middle son, and then his new wife, she likes everything. If I show her something and I'll say, "Would you like it?" She usually wants it. She'll model it, and then I'll put the picture on Instagram or something. But I think I made a bunch of Craig's hats. I definitely
funny, it's like with my mom will look at something that I'm making, and it's one of two responses. Either, so when you're done with that, I'm getting that, right? Either that, or it's nice, but I would never wear that. It's not my style. It's like it's either love or hate. It's like really one or the other. It's like, oh yeah, that's nice, but I would never wear that.
So everything you do is all about her, right? In her mind, at least.
Well, he lives with us, right? So.
Well, I love
most of the stuff that I make, it's not her style. So
yeah, but yeah, actually, my sister is driving a few hours this weekend for a family reunion, and I'm staying home because I have, I'm doing some online interviews and stuff, and frankly, I don't want to sit in the car with her for 3 hours or 6 hours. And I'm a very, very bad brother, and I know that she needs me, but I'd rather stay home.
No, I understand.
I'm a very, very bad brother. But anyway, so she's taking some gifts with her that I am sending, including some things that I have posted on Instagram over the past year, some blankets and things. We have 3 cousins who are sisters. So I have 3 different blankets, and I have not stated any intention for who gets which one. I sort of want to watch them fight it out over who gets which one.
You want to be entertained.
So, but I'm not going to be there. But
Oh, okay.
but one of them was that
Anyway, it's getting
mitered granite square blanket that I was talking about, and then one of them is the secret yarnery spiral granny thing.
Oh, I made that one.
Yeah, I loved that,
I sold
and I
that one,
loved
actually.
how it turned out. I've never sold anything.
Oh,
I have sold a few things, but never made money off of it. So I just don't try anymore.
Not making any
And then-
money because I spend it all on yarn.
Exactly. And then the third one is a spiral. I don't remember the name of it. It originated from Sabrina Melodiers, which I think everyone should follow because she's wonderful. And then I believe that someone else copied it and claimed it for her own, but it really originated with Sabrina. But it's a spiral. I don't remember the name of it, but it was beautiful, and I did post a picture of that on Instagram. But it's a long way back.
Oh, okay. I just finished the top.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not going to put it on. It's late. I'm going to go to bed in a minute. Yeah.
So what you got there, Daniel?
Oh, that's pretty.
Oh, cool. So it looks like Daniel is hanking at the moment.
It was a Cinnamon Stitches did a tutorial. It's like an easy summer
Oh,
top.
okay. I like her. I haven't watched her as much recently as I used to.
It's the first time I did anything she made. Like, but I could make I could just, if I could write down all the channels that I followed their tutorials, the list would be really long. But
Hey, AJ, I didn't realize you were still with us, or have you just rejoined us?
Hi, AJ.
Because
all right,
AJ works. Okay, go ahead.
I'm going to say goodnight because it's late. I got to
Me
go.
Okay.
too.
It was
Me
fun.
too.
Oh,
I'm going to
Are
bed.
you both leaving us?
I
Oh.
I'm fading out. I'm like sitting here trying to not nod off. I'm not a night owl like all you guys.
Well, I'm so glad you were here, Michelle, and I'm so glad you were here, Nancy. And
Now I just have to think of something else to make.
Oh, there's
I'm
always
sh-
it's like
there's
Jell-O.
always
Always
something
bring
else.
more.
I kind of do things one at a time. I'm weird.
That is weird. You gotta have multiple whips.
I do have a bunch.
Exactly.
I have a bunch of willow squares that I made that I just didn't.
I have
don't know what I
7
wanna-
things in progress right now.
I have
I
a lot of.
actually, I just created up a bunch of UFOs.
Yeah, well, let me show you something I bought the other day.
Okay.
Gotta make something.
Okay.
Well, wait. I can't go to bed yet. I gotta see
Something
what
for the kids.
Of course, yeah.
That's how it works.
Oh, is that one of those kits where you make a sort of a thingy with the
It's got like a little pom-pom on the top.
Well, I figured I'll get 2. They were on clearance for $2 each, and so.
Oh, that's cute, and it's a
Well, I
cute
have 2
puppy dog
grandsons.
head there. Well, there you go.
Well, they don't. It doesn't get cold here where I live. It's hot, but occasionally they need a hat for like a day.
Oh, please.
So
I've been in that Florida air conditioning. It does get cold.
yeah, it freezes. It could freeze you out.
And you go back and forth between the outside and the inside, and
You get a chill. You
At
know?
least I got
you
a
do.
pool. At least
oh,
I could
puff,
jump in
puff.
the pool.
It must be awful to have a pool.
Exactly.
My husband takes care of it.
It must be awful to have a husband who takes care of your pool.
Right.
Oh, you
Well, I
poor
take care
dear.
of him. He's a full-time job.
Most husbands are. I certainly was when I was a husband. Yeah.
Okay.
Anyway, So I'm glad that you joined us, and
All
I'm
right,
so
I'm gonna go.
glad that you are here.
I
Okay.
haven't.
And Michelle, I'm sorry to see you leave, but I'm glad that
It's
you were here as
okay.
well.
It's super late. I'm surprised I'm even up this late. I
You
normally go to
sound
bed.
very sleepy.
Yeah, I normally go to bed at like 11.
Oh
So
my
Well,
gosh, it's almost
then
1 o'clock.
go.
I know. I'm like
Mike,
Sleep.
dying. I'm like,
You need sleep.
no, it's 12:43 here, and I'm
Oh,
probably going to be up for like another 6 hours.
oh,
Yeah,
geez,
me too.
fighter, fighter, dude. I
So let's
can't do
make it a
that.
marathon. Yeah, a sort of
Well,
a
I
spontaneous
made
marathon.
progress.
You're a nighttime rock star. I can't do that. I wish I could.
Some actual
Okay,
Sometimes I
progress.
guys.
can. Okay.
Night.
Good night, Michelle.
Good
Sleep
night.
well.
Sleep.
Oh, Daniel, what is that you have in your hands right now? It looks beautiful.
And then
You'll
there's
have,
three.
you'll have to wait until my Secret Shoppers video is released, guys.
No, I don't.
Yeah, you do.
You will share it with me. No, no, no. I'm your creepy Uncle Pager, so you will tell me everything.
Hang on.
Okay, that was creepy.
Let me get
Yeah,
a better.
exactly. But yeah, that was beautiful. Let's see.
Ooh.
Okay. I'm gonna put the link up for StreamYard if anybody else has the energy
Vibrant.
to join us. But
Jill said she'll come up for a bit.
okay, and I'm hoping that AJ will join us as well, because we all love AJ in a totally non-homo way, because he's Navy and totally straight. But yeah, that was pretty creepy, wasn't it? Incrementally creepy? Is that what you're saying?
It was a squinch
A
or a
squinch?
squidge.
A squidge. Hey, AJ.
Hey, AJ.
Hey, glad to see you. I hope you didn't hear what I just said.
Hello.
Anyway, I haven't been watching the chat as well as I should. I'm a bad host and I need to be
Keep an eye
punished.
on the chat, David.
Sorry?
Keep an eye on the chat, David.
I'm very bad. I'm a bad host. I need to be punished. I need it now. Punish me. Damn it.
Again.
Huh. Please,
Thank you,
may
sir.
I have
Another
more?
I've been watching Daniel hank up the yarn he's making. It's I love the colorway.
It's gorge.
It isn't it. Oh, he has such a wonderful sense of color overall, and I have all said that that he has a great sense of color and a way with color in his dyeing.
I've had to restock on some of them because, yeah. Not saying Neymar. Not saying Neymar.
Well, I know you have had a lot of orders in the past few weeks since we have brought you into our community. So, did you make some more ginger bear yarn?
No, I'm not onto the fingering weight yet.
Okay.
I'm stocked up on my Aran weight. Or worse, you guys.
Okay, by coincidence, Nightbot has just told us to go to your website. But I could tell Nightbot to shut up if you don't behave.
Or you could tell Nightbot my website's pretty much empty now, so it needs to wait.
Exactly. Yeah. Julie Chaffee Mazza says she's a late night hooker with whips and chains. Exactly. Yeah. But anyway, yeah, because I still haven't decided what to do with the ginger bear yarn that I got from you. And I don't have to decide today, and that's okay. But I'm still thinking about things.
You'll figure something out.
I think I will, because I don't want to make something that I will wind up giving away because I want to keep it. Just the same as with the pink yarn that you made. And I made a scarf shawl out of it. It wasn't as large as I would normally have made my Alicia shawl, but it was enough for it to stand in as a scarf. And even though I live in coastal North Carolina and it doesn't get that cold here, by golly, I'm going to wear it. Okay. That looks so beautiful, the color you have in your hands right now.
My light's really bad in here, so sorry, guys.
We all have bad light. It's okay. Life goes on.
Otherwise, it won't get done.
Hello, Jan Keeling. Glad to see you.
Hey, Alice.
Okay, Marie Chavez says I could make her a beautiful ginger bear shawl. I might if she would buy me some more ginger bear yarn, but the yarn that I have, I'm not parting with. Yeah. Oh, look. Oh, Jill wants to come up. Hi.
Hey,
Hi. I'm sorry. I hope you weren't waiting there in the basement long.
Just for a couple minutes.
Okay.
Hello.
It's you know how StreamYard works. It was I didn't notice that there was someone there for a few minutes.
That's okay. That's okay.
Jill,
Yes.
did you finally find out what you got from Mary Maxon? Because I missed it.
No, I haven't opened it yet.
Oh, you haven't opened it yet. I thought you were going to open it during your live with Miguel.
No, I left it upstairs. I left it upstairs in my room.
Oh, are you still in the lobby, or are you in the business center of the hotel?
No, I'm in my room.
Okay. Okay.
And hello, everybody.
Hello.
I can't see the comments, so I just say hi.
If on the upper right hand, you can see there are two tabs. One is like private chat, and one is public comments or something like that.
Ooh, I'm afraid to push a button.
Well, I'm suggesting you use your mouse instead of your finger.
Well, I'm on my phone because I'm on the road.
Oh, I see. I don't know how it works on the phone, so
I mean,
it might be different.
I can flip over.
You should
If I
see
flip over,
Travis's comments.
I can see them,
The
but
problem with being on the phone is if you put the comments up, then you can't see the video.
That's the problem I have.
Oh, okay.
I can only do one or the other. I understand.
I
But the
don't
funny-
do. I record on my phone, and I have finally figured out how to transfer videos from my phone to my computer without too much source. But for the most part, I just use my computer.
you want me to.
So what's going on there, AJ?
What's that?
What's going on there?
Coffee.
Coffee? Oh, okay. That's yeah, because you were standing there and you had this kind of stature, like
No, brewing some coffee.
coffee is good. So it's
There's the Mary Maxon box.
actually your shift would not have. Oh, there's your Mary Maxon box. Your shift would not have ended yet, right? If you're working this evening.
Yep.
But you're 4 to 12, right? Or 3
Yeah.
to 11.
All
So
right.
you're still at work, or you're
No,
off today?
I'm off today.
Okay, that's a good thing.
Ah.
Yeah, they love changing up my schedule, so I just go with it. Do what I'm told.
Yeah. Of course you do, because you're military. You do what you're told. I guess that's part of the thing.
Yep.
I would not have made a good military man.
Hey, guess what?
What?
There's yarn in here.
No!
No. Really?
Get away!
Get out.
I see a lot of tissue paper.
Oh, now I remember.
Don't you just love those aha moments? Like, oh, right, when I was, shopping at like 4 a.m. and I was
Yes,
clicking buttons.
yes.
I used to have a very strict policy of never clicking either send or order after 10 p.m. But that went by the wayside.
It's sleep shopping.
You might call it that, yes.
Are those little gnomes?
Yes.
That's cute.
Oh, that is cute. I've never done amigurumi, or at least I will say I've never done it successfully.
These are the knit ones.
Oh, okay.
Knitting in a small diameter like that, I've found not to be my jam. So if you can do that, I give you credit, because DPNs are my worst nightmares.
I love DPNs.
More
No,
power to you.
I'm finding, I've said this before, I used to be 100% worsted boy, but I'm finding that I like DK more and more, and I'm getting into lighter weight yarns, so I could potentially do those very small gauge things. I just haven't yet.
Oh, Cindy, you got the Lion Brand mystery box. I want to get one of those, but I can't afford it. Like,
I got a Lion Brand Santa sack, and usually with those mystery things, I'm not all that pleased with what I get, but with the Santa sack, I was pleased. What you got there?
This is the Mellow Spun.
That's pretty.
That is pretty.
So this is I think what what I'm going to be using for it is it's all Mellow Spun.
How does it feel?
Oh, I love it. Have you not felt the Mellow Spun?
I don't think I have.
Oh,
Good night, Marie.
I mean, that's one reason I don't do a lot of online ordering except for yarns that I already know, because I've had bad experience with yarns that I don't know. Do you know what I mean?
So this is DK, and
Okay.
it's 50 grams, 174 yards, 70 acrylic, and 30 nylon. So that nylon makes it really soft.
And
you do the cheek test too.
what?
You got to do the
Oh
cheek test.
yeah,
You got to get cheeky with
She's
it.
doing the cheek test.
she got. Oh yeah, she did.
Yeah.
When I got Daniel's yarn, I rubbed it against my beard. There wasn't that much skin to be found at that point there.
Oh, this must be the beard.
What? I've got the upper cheek.
Yeah, but do you know that's one thing I miss about the having to wear the mask, because now I have to trim my beard regularly again.
I'm not making breakfast, Miguel. I'm just making coffee.
Okay, what you got there, Jill?
You're welcome, Daniel.
Like roving. I'm guessing that this is for the beards.
I'm not really
Yeah,
sure I understand
roving.
roving.
If that's roving, technically, it's basically roving. It's wool that has been cleaned and all the fibers are aligned, and you can take that and you can spin that into yarn.
Mm-hmm. And
I watched your videos, and I still can't drop spindle for nothing.
Well, seriously, it takes a lot of practice, and it's something that I found was very difficult for me to learn through videos. somebody that I know showed me in person how to do it, and I'm like, oh, it clicked.
Okay.
After that, it totally clicked. Because actually, when I first tried to do drop spindling, I was going way too thick with the yarn.
Ooh.
I was going way too thick. Like I was trying to do like pencil roving thickness, you know, and that was my problem. Actually, my personal experience with drop spindling is the thinner the better.
Okay.
Now, well, okay, thinner the better, yes, but still strong enough with, you know, when you have enough twist in it, strong enough to stay together, but thinner as opposed to thicker. Because what you can do is you can take multiple strands of that really thin stuff, ply it together, and create a thicker yarn.
Okay.
But the thing is that if you're trying to create, you know, like a worsted weight yarn with your drop spindle, like straight out of the gate, it's to me personally, it's a hot mess. That's just my personal experience. So I would say try to go on the thinner side as opposed to the thicker side.
Thank you, David. Thank you. I can see the comments when you do that.
When I do what?
Put 'em
Well,
up.
because I see a J Hook Crochet comment right
Yes.
now.
Yes.
Yeah. I mean, there are lots of comments, and I can't follow all of them.
Well,
But-
get with it.
Oh, shut up! Don't
Come
make me
over
pull
here.
this car
Come over here and
over.
make me.
Yeah, don't make me pull this car over.
Okay.
Because
Okay,
you know I
Dad.
will. I will jerk a knot in your head faster than you can. Well,
Let's see.
pretty much do anything.
I don't know how much these were because they didn't tell me. Sorry.
Okay,
did-
Pamela McGuire is asking whether Craig used to smoke cigarettes.
I did.
I'm curious about why that question came about.
Probably
Because
he
I'm
was
smoking
thinking,
an e-cigarette right now.
Oh, come.
Yeah,
I'm
I
sorry.
did for a number of years, and I, you know, swapped over to the, you know,
The
I want to
vaping
say
thing?
a couple years ago.
Okay. I don't have any judgment because God knows I have my own things. But because I was a singer, I never did anything involving smoke because that damages the vocal cords.
Mm.
Do you know what I mean? Because it's very hot smoke that goes through, down your throat. And it's very damaging. Of course, I've done my own things that have damaged my vocal cords. And other reasons that I, in the end, lost my voice. But I guess I'm saying that I do understand, even though it's not my experience.
Yeah.
And that was probably a stupid thing to say, right? It doesn't matter.
No, it's fine.
I don't know why.
Just be
But-
you.
Yeah. Be me? Are you kidding? I'll drive everyone away.
No, you've gained this many people because you are you.
Oh, that is the sweetest thing I've heard in ages. Thank you. But yeah, exactly. I don't understand it. There's something about me being me that does attract people. I'll never figure it out, and it might be, what is that, Schrodinger's cat, where if I try to measure it, I'll just spoil the whole thing. So
Miguel
I'll just
gave you
keep-
snacks.
Oh, that's right. You had that when you were live earlier. Yeah.
Do you see, Daniel?
uh-huh. Yeah.
Normally, I don't go for like those powdered flavor thingies. but I love dill pickle flavored chips.
Really?
I do. And I love like deep fried dill pickle slices. And there's a restaurant here where they only have them seasonally, and so they have them right now, and I haven't ordered them. I haven't gotten any recently, but I should. Before they go. Either that, or I should figure out how to make them myself. I've been saying that I want a deep fryer, a fry baby or something, because people are afraid of frying. They think that the dietary fat means body fat, but it doesn't. Especially if you do your frying correctly at the right temperature, you're not going to wind up with any more fat than you would otherwise.
Well, you could always get an air fryer. I mean, those are supposed to be better. I have no familiarity with that because unfortunately in this household it's predominantly Weight Watchers, so I have my own cross to bear in here.
Oh, hey, Mark Mula was here.
I've never been there.
Hi, Mark.
I'm not that interested in an air fryer, except unless I want to use it for a true convection oven purpose.
Yeah.
I would really rather have a fry baby or a fry daddy or something, and use it for that. And it might happen soon.
So, David, since you
Yep.
like the dill pickle stuff, have you had the snow cone?
The snow cone?
I know, Craig. I know. It's a thing here.
You know what? You're just making me think of if you're talking about like pickles and snow cones. All of a sudden, I just had this image of relish that was frozen and put into a snow cone. Like that. That's just the imagery that I'm getting. Or if they took a regular snow cone and they took pickle juice and flavored the shaved ice with
That's
pickle
what
juice.
they do.
Is that what you're talking about? I have not
It's a
tried
thing
that.
down here.
I have
know.
had for a long time. I was very fond of dirty martinis, where they would take the brine from an olive jar and mix it in with a dry martini.
That's not the thing, though.
I know, but it's certainly glorious in its own right. And I haven't had one of those in a while, and I need to go out and get one. But
okay, here's the thing. I can deal with like seeing movies with like flesh-eating zombies, but what you guys are describing is just making the bile just go. You're making my gag reflex act up.
Yeah, it's funny. I watch a lot of medical videos. I watch a lot of veterinary videos where they do all of these procedures. I can watch those things all day long. But if they're going to even just poke a needle in my arm to take blood, I have to turn the other way, and I cannot look at it.
Oh, that doesn't bother me at all.
Yeah.
No.
Doesn't bother me either.
No, I cannot watch it. Once it's in, I can turn back and look at it, but I cannot watch them put the needle in.
You can't do the poke, huh?
You don't want me to respond to that statement, do you? Because
Hello, Mark.
I know a
I
little
was
bit about
waiting
poke.
for it to go there. I was just waiting. I'm like, when is David gonna say something?
I'm sorry. I have a.
I mean, it's after midnight. We're all grown-ups here, and
But
let's
I'm
just
not
say I know a
gonna
little
try.
bit about poking. But
I'm not going to try the pickle juice on the snow cone for you guys. I just was telling you about it.
It
I
just sounds
have not
so
heard
wrong.
about it before, and I'm okay with that. So,
But a
I
pickle
don't
juice
know.
snow cone just sounds just like. You know what? It makes me think of like the same level of wrongness with cauliflower fried rice. It's the same level of wrong.
Cauliflower by itself is just fine. I have no objection to cauliflower by itself. Cauliflower trying to be other things,
Yeah, it's
that's what is wrong. That's what is
Although-
wrong with our
Until-
country is
until you-
cauliflower trying to be other things.
Until you know somebody who has a rice allergy.
Well,
they like
it's the
rice.
most bland, boring vegetable. It wants to, like, have a resurgence. It's like all these farmers, they're like, you know what? We're growing this cauliflower for what? Nobody likes it. So they hired all these people to be creative with recipes to create a resurgence, a renaissance for the cauliflower. It's
I
right
don't
up there with
mind.
where I'm
I
convinced.
like cauliflower. I like raw cauliflower. I think it's fun. I think it's tasty. If you make a fun, like a Greek salad with bits of cauliflower and bits of broccoli florets and other things, and you
David?
have a nice what?
David, did you drop acid in the 60s?
No. I'm not quite as old as you might think I am, but I
Sorry,
was born at the end of 1962, so
You started young.
could be, yeah.
No,
But cauliflower by itself is okay. I don't like it so much when it's cooked, and I certainly don't like it when they try to use it as a substitute for something else.
Well, I did see it was.
They brought a cauliflower pizza base over here now.
No, we're not going to talk about cauliflower pizza here. This is
that's
my
what
channel,
I
and
saw
I get
that.
to.
I saw that on a menu, and I'm like, okay, next. Like, it sounds like a total anathema. Like, you can't do that.
Yeah,
You
I would have
can't
had
do
a
that.
word for that too, but it wouldn't have been anathema. But yeah,
The sad thing is, both of those you guys are talking about. My daughter is is gluten free, so she loves the cauliflower crust.
Ugh.
well,
my son
some
has
people
my son
make it
has a-
work, but I haven't seen
Yeah.
anything that looks appetizing to me,
Well,
Yeah.
I make
and that's okay.
Yeah.
I make a cauliflower casserole, which is good.
Okay, tell us about that.
Well, basically, you blanch the cauliflower with salt.
It's already white.
Yeah, I know. I know. Okay, so steam it a little.
Okay.
Just give it a little hot bath, little steam spa, and then
Tell it a dad joke, and and the blood will go out of it. Yeah.
I can't talk now. Okay, then you cut it up and you put it in your casserole and you put butter and you do like a little bit of sauteed onions, some salt and pepper, and then you put in a little bit of cream cheese, sour cream, and some heavy cream.
So it sounds like you're substituting it for potatoes,
Yes.
which can work. I can see how that would be tasty.
It's actually one of the better ways to eat cauliflower besides just butter, salt, and pepper.
Yeah. Now, as I was saying, if I have this, I think I got it from Ina Garten, this like big, that I take to like barbecues or picnics, a big Greek salad thing that has all sort like cucumbers that are cubed up and tomatoes and all of those wonderful seasonings and feta cheese, and so like bits of broccoli florets and bits of cucumber, or rather cauliflower would work so well with that. And then you have the dressing, and then you have the feta cheese, and you mix it all together. That would be amazing.
Is she the barefoot Contessa?
Yes.
Ina Garten's amazing. I love Ina.
Oh yeah. I love
She used to have-
so many different cooking shows, and she's one of my favorites. Even though I have met people who have met her in person and say she's not actually as nice as she appears to be.
Really? Was she not very pleasant?
Yeah. I have a friend. Actually, he's in Dallas now, but when I was in New York, he was in Southampton, New York, and he's a professional, like, event planner, fundraiser kind of guy. And so he did some things where he got her involved, and he has told me that in person she's not as nice as she appears. On the other hand,
The thing is, people have got to put up this kind of public image, if you know what I mean.
So it's true, of course.
People are expecting her to be what she's like filming her TV shows, and no one's going to be like that.
No.
But at the same time, if she's doing a public appearance like that, she is supposed to be in character, you know? But, you know, it is what it is, and it was what it was. I also know people who have worked retail events where, like, cookbook people like Paula Deen or Rachel Ray would come, and they all say that Paula Deen was the most loving and friendly and outgoing person they had ever seen in that situation. She brought homemade cookies for everyone that was on set. So, you know, public figures, we all have our own expectations of public figures because they're people and we don't know them. We only know what they present on camera, and we don't always realize that we don't know them. We only think we know them. Is any of this making sense?
Well, yeah. I mean, perfect example. Look at Robin Williams.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Oh, yeah.
Perfect example. You know, that was totally out of left field. I mean, I'm just touching upon it. I'm not saying let's have a big discussion about it, but I'm just saying as an example, it's like, if only we knew, you know? I mean, so there you go.
But exactly. But I'm sure that people who were close to him, I don't know. I can't say anything about that. I don't know the situation. But, like, we all know each other here. We know how we present ourselves online. We know that as individuals, and we do all know each other as individuals, that there are things that we don't talk about publicly, and that's okay because there are things that nobody talks about publicly.
Yep.
So it's okay. It's okay. But people sometimes lose sight of that.
Oh my gosh. Did you see that clip of Nightbird singing her song, It's Okay?
No.
It was on America's Got Talent.
No, I didn't see that at all.
Oh my gosh. It's an original song. She has had cancer. She still has cancer. And she came out and sang that song, and she just had, how do I describe her voice? It's like a Billie Eilish or a, what's the other one?
Are you thinking Billie Holiday or?
No, Billie
Because
Eilish.
you have to go that far back for me to relate,
No,
really.
this is newer than that. But Billie Eilish or,
I'll have to look for that. I mean, I don't even know.
No, Billie Eilish is very contemporary, not Billie Holiday, who is a
very
while ago.
Yeah.
long gone. But I'm just talking about vocal sound and style more than anything
No,
else.
it's more a little grungier.
Okay. So Jill, I would be ever so grateful if you would email me a link
Okay.
to that. Yeah. Because I do want to see it.
Oh my God, it'll make you cry.
How long have you known me? I cry every day.
Well, there is that.
Usually online, but
Yo,
yeah,
soft.
that's me. Yeah, no.
I can
Um,
agree with that, Miguel. 100%.
okay, what are you saying? Yeah.
I can say that Jill is in person is just as she is in her videos, down to earth and transparent.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. I appreciate
That
that.
does not surprise me one bit at all. Yeah. Yeah. No, that but,
Moody,
you know,
son of a D.
I'm sorry, say that again.
Off of video, I'm completely different.
Well, my experience with you
I don't know if you're
individually is that you're just as nice as you appear to be on these things. And
Yeah, you see me when I'm off video.
I have seen you off video, and I hope I continue to
I
see
would
you off
say
video.
he is a little more himself off camera.
Well, I think we all are. Because I'm going to sneeze in a second.
Oh, heavy.
Now, was that Aaron? Wait.
That I just hanked up.
What, the sneeze? Or what?
That was just hanked up.
It was an Aaron Waite sneeze.
Okay.
Bless you.
So that was like a weight of 5, I think. No, I don't think it was a weight of 4. I think that was a weight of 5.
I'm not.
Uh-oh.
I don't know why, but
Coming along. I like it.
uh,
There you go.
It's
Oh, yeah.
another
oh
yarn
my
bowl.
goodness gracious! I don't want to be sneezing all night, but it does happen sometimes.
Craig, I have a question. What would
Yes.
you say of all the designs that you've done? What was your favorite?
Ah. That's a whole bunch of tricky.
Cindy says it was a chunky 5 sneeze. It probably was. I'm not
That's
going
a
to.
That's a tricky question. I don't know. Maybe the Kaleidoscope Dragon.
Okay.
David, you're making too much noise.
I'm sorry. I should.
Noise.
See, we can't
Shit,
mute him.
I'm sorry. Please forgive my snot. Yeah, I'm.
It's okay. Your schnoz overrunneth. But no, I
Hear
would say
my
probably.
cup, Lord. I lift it up, Lord. Anyway,
Probably the
yeah.
I really like that one because it involves the granny stitch, but also you can really do a lot of interesting things with, different pairings and coordinations of color and so forth.
Mhm.
So I think that might be one of my favorites.
Okay.
I would say that I have 2 favorites of things that I have learned from Craig. One is the Which Way Filet blanket pattern,
Wow.
which he says is not his. He was just reproducing it for a tutorial, and that's fine. I don't care. I have really enjoyed making it, and I have had great success with it. People love it when I do make it. And the other one is called the Arbor Shawl, which was one of the very first things that I
That's
saw.
my favorite too.
But I have done so many other patterns of his, things that I would watch the tutorial and make my notes and try to reproduce it.
You haven't done a pattern by Craig yet.
I'm sorry, say that again?
Am I the only one who hasn't done a pattern by Craig yet?
Well,
No,
get with
you're
it then.
You're not the only one.
Yeah.
Right, all right.
Well,
I'm not
no,
keeping
no, no,
score or
no.
anything.
Daniel has done one of my patterns, so that counts.
Oh, that counts as okay.
Exactly. In fact, we were talking about creating a package with my pattern and his yarn.
Yep.
But apparently no one really wanted it, did they?
Well, I was thinking about that too, and I think that's going to be. We have to talk more about colors.
Well, that's one of the things we'll talk about offline. Yeah. Because actually.
Oh, by the way,
yeah.
What we were talking about before with like, things that sound weird as far as recipes and cooking.
Uh-huh.
When it comes to actually out and out cooking, I'm not good. But
Oh, really?
But I think that I'm good at foraging and taking stuff that I find in the pantry or in the kitchen or in the freezer and then making something, like a phoenix out of the ashes kind of thing, making something creative.
Actually, that is a very good talent to have, and not everyone has that.
Sometimes it works. Sometimes it doesn't. This time,
sort of like everything else in life, you mean?
Yeah. But so I was sort of brainstorming, and there was a box of macaroni shells and cheese, and so I'm like, okay, what can I do with this? So previously, I made my sort of own version of like a tuna helper, where I'll take that. And then I'll add like 2 cans of tuna and some frozen peas and have like a sort of tuna casserole, if you will. This time, I opted for something different. A can of corned beef hash. Believe it or not.
Sounds and it worked out well.
Yeah, I mean, okay. Here's the thing. It looked god awful.
A lot of the best things do.
It tasted okay. Yeah, I think it would have been better if I had actually had the hash on like a frying pan and fried it up, as opposed to what I did, which was cooking it in the microwave.
Yeah.
So there was no crisp to it. It would have been better if I had fried it, but
you needed
after heating up the hash and then making the mac and cheese.
Do you know?
It needed some more texture, but the taste was good.
The first time I visited San Francisco, I learned that there is a substantial Hawaiian population there, and that Spam is very, very popular in Hawaii. I met some friends for brunch on a Sunday morning. I had a Spam omelet.
Spam's amazing.
Spam, I mean, it sounds icky, but it was so delicious. It was amazing. And
my thing is, if Spam is cooked, like if it's heated, I think it's fine. If you have it like out of the can, oh God, no. Because it has like this sort of like jelly film on it.
Yeah, you want to cook that off. But it's prepared in such a way that you actually could eat it straight out of the can, but it is better if you could either fry it up in cubes or slices, and
right.
And that omelet was just delicious.
Spam is kind of like a Mexican specialty down here, and I say Mexican as in Mexican American. It's just Mexican food in general, but they use Spam a lot. That's actually on some.
Reggie was making mention of the Monty Python Spam sketch.
Yeah.
Spam, 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 spam.
So, Joe, Mark says, happy belated birthday.
Oh, thank you. And Lisa,
Oh, okay.
Lisa, I hope
Okay.
you feel better if you're watching.
Cindy, I missed something. Who are you praying for, Cindy?
She said
Aside
Lisa,
from everybody.
she said Lisa isn't feeling well. Lisa's crochet.
Oh, okay.
Well, I was only just talking to her last night.
Oh, hello, Tina. I didn't see you come in. You're certainly welcome. Chicken and a package of cooked frozen mixed veggies, 2 shells and cheese. That actually sounds quite good.
Mm.
I watch
They
a
have something
lot
very
of.
similar to that.
Mhm.
I'm sorry, they have something very, very similar to that at Walmart. It's basically like a big frozen bag of pasta and chicken and veggies, and it comes with 2 sauce packets.
Mhm.
It's great. You take half of it, put it into like a Corning dish, put that in the microwave. In like 20 minutes, boom, you got dinner for 2. Hey,
That sounds good. I love to actually. I like to sort of make it up as I go along. I grew up with tater tot casserole, where
Oh,
it's a little bit like a shepherd's pie with tater tots on the top instead of mashed potatoes.
Yeah.
So I like to just put in interesting things. You know, you've got your ground beef, you've got your cream soup, you've got your mixed veg. So I'll experiment with seasonings, that sort of thing, or like cheese on the top, and that's one of my very, very favorite things to cook. Um,
that's what a lot of the church cookbooks. There's a lot of those in there.
oh, of course, of course. Now, I don't remember in what context this came up, but what do you call those church dinners? We call them a covered dish dinner or lunch.
Potluck.
potluck?
Potluck, yeah,
A
exactly.
potluck?
I think this was in a video that was talking about different regional variations of American speech, where
Sunday supper.
Mhm. Yeah. In fact, Daniel, I've been meaning to tell you about this.
I think something I'll
This.
never get used to is certain areas calling soda pop.
Oh yeah, the whole pop
Yeah.
/ soda thing.
We call
Yeah.
it over here.
Right. Because I mean, I call it soda.
Yeah.
I've never
Exactly.
understood
And
it though.
Down here, they're all Coke.
exactly. Would you like a Coca-Cola? What sort? What would you like? Exactly. And actually, where I come from, you would serve
here
Coca-Cola
they're
in the
otherwise
parlor and
they're
Pepsi
giving-
in the kitchen. I'm sorry. Say that again. Say that again, Craig.
like if on a Sunday, like as in like a dessert, a sundae, up here we call them sprinkles. I've heard another place they call them jimmies.
Huh.
Oh,
Yeah.
I wasn't aware of that.
Yeah.
But there are so many different kinds of variations like that. But it's interesting. But I've been watching this British guy who reacts to American videos, particularly about American regional cultural differences, as a Brit. And I think he's from somewhere in the Southwest. And so it's really interesting to watch his reactions. And it's fun. It's fun. I think his name is Mr. H, although he says Mr. H. H. We can't even say that now. H. Yeah.
The rain in Spain falls mainly in the plain.
I think he's got it. But yeah.
I was waiting for
exactly.
somebody to get that.
I got it. Of course I did. The rain in Spain falls mainly on the plain. Don't make me start singing.
Losing power.
Are you?
Yes,
Don't
I'm losing
leave
power.
us. Oh no. Oh. Cindy, it's oh God, I can't remember the name of it either now. It's based on Pygmalion. It's My Fair Lady.
Yeah.
Anyway, Cindy was saying she had just seen the musical and had forgotten the name. And because she said she forgot the name, I forgot the name.
Yeah, I've got like 15% left, so I might have to.
Oh no, don't leave us. We need you.
That's funny. That's funny, Alice.
What did Alice say? Who said what?
She said
you-
she was asked to bring meatloaf to the potluck.
Oh.
Or she said something about she wanted to bring meatloaf, and they said that's what old ladies bring.
Oh, them's fighting words.
Well, guess what? I'm an old lady and I love to
old
make
lady
meatloaf.
She was
No,
asked to bring the old lady meatloaf.
Mm.
That's harsh.
No, most of the time, the people at the church that I grew up going to, the older ladies did bring meatloaf half the time.
I love meatloaf.
So do I.
One thing that I've heard of where people actually put a hard-boiled egg inside of the meatloaf.
I have seen that. I think hard-boiled eggs by themselves are vile.
It just
So
sounds so
I
wrong.
would not want that.
That's
People do that and people do love it, but I don't like hard-boiled eggs.
That is some gorgeous yarn.
Oh,
Oh yeah, what Daniel's
That is
got
some
right now.
gorgeousness.
Mm.
You're making us drool over here.
Well, you guys are getting a sneak peek into my dying session, so.
Okay.
that's called a Scotch loaf.
Oh, with the egg inside. Yeah, because I've heard of Scotch eggs where they like ball up. They make basically a sausage ball around a boiled egg and deep fry it. And I can think of nothing more revolting because
Scotch
I just
just letting you know.
yeah,
They're what?
I just
They're lovely.
Scotch eggs is what he
Okay.
said. Yeah.
Sounds amazing to me.
I just don't like hard-boiled eggs or soft-boiled eggs.
I love how the English say when you talk about some nice dish of food, they say, "Oh, that sounds gorgeous."
Or brilliant, or
Oh,
lovely.
sounds
Yeah,
gorgeous.
exactly. Yeah.
I
No,
always say it's fabulous, darling. I don't say it's gorgeous, I say it's fabulous.
that's because you've been hanging out with too many Americans.
Yeah. Earlier he was saying, "Dang it."
I got that from Jill. I got that
Did
from
he
Jill.
really say that? Did he say "dang it"?
He was talking to me. He goes, "Dang it." Hey,
I
I got
was
that from you.
I was dropping my yarn and I was like, oh dang it.
Oh, that's funny. That is funny.
See, I thought you would have said "thought it" or something.
He
No,
probably did at one point, but yeah. Now I have never made a secret of my love for everything British, and Daniel thinks that I'm silly because I like British entertainment.
He does, doesn't he? He doesn't see what we get
Well,
in.
yeah, that's true, and that's and I will assure you that's not the only reason he thinks I'm silly. But
but then I like American entertainment, so maybe it's just a cultural thing. Like you like British stuff, I like the American stuff.
it is because it's
Well,
different.
see, Daniel, here's the thing. To us, I'm speaking as a total generalization here. to
Mhm.
Americans, anybody from England could say anything, and they sound sophisticated, intelligent, worldly, just like over the moon. You could say anything. With your accent, you could say anything.
That's the old, I think it was a Dorothy
You could be.
Parker quote where she said that she would gladly listen to Katharine Hepburn read from the telephone book, and
Yes.
would rather have done so than what she had
Right.
seen on the stage last night.
Oh, Divergent, Mrs. Brown Boys is amazing. I think that's the only British thing I'm like, I love
Mrs.
that.
Brown? I love Mrs. Brown.
Mrs.
Oh
Brown
my
Boys is
goodness.
amazing.
Oh, hey, Granny D, what are you doing
See,
up at this
Daniel, you
time?
could read off.
We love Granny D.
Daniel, you could read off the
Granny.
label off of a bottle of ketchup, and we would be entranced. So that's Americans for you.
It is. It's. We think. I've told this story before. When I was living in New York, at one point, on Friday nights, I would watch Britcoms on. There was a Long Island PBS station. On Saturday nights, I would watch very often the very same Britcoms, sometimes the same episodes, on a City University of New York station. And then on Sunday nights, I would watch like Masterpiece Theater or something else that came across PBS. And I would go to work on Monday morning with an accent. And I was okay with that.
That's fun.
Yeah, but I when I use the term Britcom, people think ab fab, and I'm going, oh, honey, you don't know.
Well, that's one of many. I mean, that's good, but I mean, there's also, of course, Are You Being Served? Keeping Up Appearances.
Exactly. Are You Being Served is like a monumental thing in British television and theater.
Well,
and
wait. What about, Red Dwarf or The Black Adder?
I love Red Dwarf. I love Blackadder.
And Mr. Bean didn't even have to say anything.
Mr. Bean.
Mr. Bean's
Mr. Bean used to hurt me because I identified so strongly, I think. The same way that George Costanza used to hurt me because I identified so strongly with his stupidness. AJ's not saying very much right now.
He's just enjoying the car wreck that's going on.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, he's probably the one who's going to have to clear up the wreckage, right?
Get the jaws of life.
But yeah, I love that stuff, and even some of the older ones like Mulberries, which I don't know if anyone has ever seen, or To the Manor Born, anything that Penelope Keith ever did. Some other ones. I never saw The Liver Birds, but I wish I had, because anything that Molly Sugden ever did, I would have soaked it up like gravy,
So I hear that the British version of Shameless is much better than the American version.
I haven't watched it, so I can't comment.
I don't even know Shameless. I know that a lot of through the years, many American sitcoms had their origin in British sitcoms.
Yeah, I think another one was about a ghost, a vampire, and a werewolf living together as roommates. I think it was Being Human.
Being Human.
Yeah.
Brilliant. I love that. I like the British one better than the American one.
I'm not surprised. They tried to make.
Well, they usually do it better than us. So.
Of course they do, but Americans don't listen.
Of course not.
Three's Company started out as a British sitcom.
Did not know that.
It did. It was called Man About the House. Sanford and Son started out as a British
Oh, wow.
sitcom.
People would be
Yeah,
real
did
surprised.
you know that? Yeah. I mean, and that was called Steptoe and Son, and you can find it on YouTube, and you know what I love is seeing characters we know or actors we know in some of those early things. I mean, like Miss Brahms, what's her name? Who was also in EastEnders. But seeing these people as they have progressed through their careers also. I love really early Coronation Street, and most Brits that I talk to think I'm mad,
You
but
are
I
mad.
love it. Well, that's not the only reason you think I'm mad, admit it.
Barking
But
mad.
I love that early stuff. I remember when EastEnders was new, and Wendy Richard, that's her name, and there was Wendy Richard as Pauline Fowler. And then it wasn't until after I had seen EastEnders, then I started seeing Are You Being Served? And I'm going, oh my goodness, there is a young Pauline Fowler, but she was Wendy Richard. And Are You Being Served, I think, ran for 10 or 12 years. So she was such a beloved figure in
All the British soaps are trash.
Do what?
what?
All the British soaps are rubbish.
Ah,
Well,
That's
any brush is any soap opera is going to be trash.
Yeah.
But if you look at Wendy Richard, for decades, she was such a beloved figure in British entertainment.
you know, if we're talking about old movies, one of my
Mhm.
very favorite, and it's not just because it's John Wayne, but it's because it was John Wayne and he was not in a Western.
Ooh.
Do we know what I'm talking about, David?
I think I do, but keep going.
Called The Quiet Man.
Hmm.
Oh my gosh, Mr. Fiber
David
and
wouldn't know anything about that.
What about being quiet? No, no, but
Mr.
yeah.
Fiber and I talk about that all the time. It's only 5 miles. Do you know that line? Because she kept telling him to go to town and to pay for her betrothal, you know, her daddy for her betrothal or whatever, and he wouldn't do it, and she kept telling him, but it's only 5 miles. I don't know. It's a whole thing. And then he winds up dragging her down the road, and all the people are going, take her, because they're wanting to get him to go and do this marriage thing too. Oh, it's hilarious. It's just fun.
I think that if John Wayne had not become so typecast in all of those westerns, he could have done brilliant work. Some of the work he did was brilliant, but some of it was limited by the medium, if you know what I mean.
Yeah.
And Chris,
I think that a lot of entertainers are limited in that way. I'm sorry, I'm missing out on people.
well, Granny D likes The
Well, they
Quiet
get
Man.
pigeonholed.
And Chris was talking about Downton Abbey, and that's one of my favorites, Downton Abbey.
Yeah.
And Julie points out that All in the Family was also based on a British sitcom. I remember in the 70s, I saw, because when I was young, I lived in I still live in North Carolina, but I lived in the region of North Carolina where Jesse Helms came from, and at that time he was at his height of popularity, which gives me great shame, because he was, well, without going into that, but I remember seeing a television interview with him, and he was asked what he thought the greatest enemy of the American people was, or the greatest challenge to America was. And do you know what his answer was? Norman Lear.
Ourselves?
No, he said Norman Lear, who produced all of those things and so many different television shows. He thought that Norman Lear.
Three's Company and
Three's Company, yeah.
Was it Charlie's Angels?
Yes. And of course, we all know Beverly Hills, 90210. But
well, now everybody's singing the song.
Oh, is Joe here? I didn't see Joe come in.
Oh, hey Joe.
Hey Joe, glad to see you. Okay. Anyway, we're just talking about stuff.
And Green Acres.
Oh, Green Acres is the place to be. Finally.
Did he Mr. Ed as well?
Sorry.
Or
Say that
Bewitched?
again. I missed it again.
No, I was saying, did he do like, Mr. Ed and Bewitched as well, or?
I don't know, but in the 70s, he was known for things like Three's Company and Charlie's Angels, which many people thought supported a certain level of promiscuity, where that level of promiscuity already existed in society, and people were thinking that entertainment was pushing it where it was already there, which has always happened, where people think that entertainment pushes a concept that is already there. But that was what was happening in the 70s with Norman Lear, and Jesse Helms was saying that he thought that Norman Lear was the greatest enemy or challenge to the American people and the American way of life. Anyway, moving right along. Go
I
ahead.
wonder if it's like because it went from, what was the 50s, the really popular 50s show, which was the...
Like Ozzie and Harriet, Father Knows Best, that
It
sort of
went
thing.
from that to the Norman Lear stuff.
Well, didn't he also produce Brady Bunch? And that, you couldn't get much more pure than the Brady Bunch.
Oh, I don't know about that. Mike and Carol, they were in the same bed together. They kissed.
Well,
they were
that's
smoochy in every episode. They were all head over heels.
Did you ever see the size of that bed and how far apart they were whenever they had those rare scenes in that bedroom? I don't know how they had all of those rooms in that house, honestly.
And one bathroom with no toilet.
Yeah.
Oh, between the boys and the girls' room, yeah.
They had a tub. They had a pair of sinks, but there was no toilet.
Yeah.
How did they manage that one?
Huh. I never knew that.
Yeah, if you look at it. And in fact, I think that was not too long ago on HGTV. They took that actual house that they used for the exterior photograph and renovated it.
Oh, really?
Yeah. And I don't know what show it was. I just remember it happening. But that's the sort of thing that fascinates me. But, I learned, I suppose, over time that what you see as an exterior photo and what you see as an interior scene are, when I was in school, I spent a summer in Salzburg in Austria. And our school campus was right next door to I guess you could call it a minor palace, where they filmed the rear exteriors for Captain Von Trapp's house. You know, the lake and everything there. And so it was very famous, and they were very strict about allowing access. But, you know, you learn that there's a big difference between the exteriors and the interior sets.
Do I keep going?
Well,
or do I stop?
What you got there? What's it
What's
going to be, Jill?
It's a yarn cake.
Well, it depends on what you want to use it for. But unfortunately, I'm at 5%, so I have to go.
No.
Sorry. It's gonna die. I'm not gonna die. My phone is.
Don't
I gotta
die,
scoot.
but oh,
Well,
come
listen,
back
guys.
whenever
Thank you,
can.
David. Thank you for having me, and
Of
you know,
course.
nice chit chatting with all you guys.
Yeah.
And I'll see you guys around. You know,
Yeah.
and David, you said that you had wanted to talk to me about was it
About
Men
the
Mondays
retreat
or
and
something?
also an interview. We'll talk offline.
So yeah, send me a message at some point, and I will talk to you later. So everybody, have a wonderful rest of your evening. You have a good one.
Good night.
Bye.
See you later.
Bye.
And then there were 4.
And then there were 4. Jan says about the Brady Bunch that Mike and Carol were both widowed, and I think that is true. They both were, and left with 3 kids each.
Yeah, I think that's what it was.
And that's and you know, till this one day, one
get-
met.
Did they
You
get
know.
did they get divorced in like, you know how they did the made for TV movies after the series?
I don't recall Annie's
Neither.
discussion of a divorce ever. But then
Yeah.
I didn't see all of the made-for-TV movies. Anyway, yeah, I don't remember.
No.
But it would not have been part of their like fabric, their the way they did things in that show to talk about divorce, because they were just so pure. I'm sorry, what were you saying, Jill?
Now is Chris is talking about Star Trek. Is he talking about the syndicated or the later?
Okay, I missed the Star Trek business. I'm not that familiar with Star Trek. Oh, Star Trek beat them to it way before those shows. In what way? I'm not sure that I understand that comment.
Maybe for a British version?
I don't know. So those are the first words I've heard out of your mouth in like hours, AJ. Say
He was
something.
He was taking the whole aura of Fiber Spider.
Yeah. Well, the rest of us do talk a lot, so
No, I'm
mostly me.
I'm watching what Daniel's doing.
Oh yeah, because he's been working with all that yarn,
Mm-hmm.
and hanging it up.
My stock updated because there's not a lot of stuff on there. So
You know what Daniel says?
What's up?
So pretty.
so pretty.
So pretty. Yeah, it's amazing stuff that he has, and his yarn is nice too. And that was a joke. You can laugh if you want.
Oh God, dang it.
I saw AJ's shoulders move.
They did.
He got into that when his shoulders moved.
Yeah, AJ is very reserved, but we'll get a response out of him. We'll take that as our challenge.
No,
Eventually,
Sorry?
Mark's going there.
That's hot.
Who's going now? Oh, is Mark leaving us? Oh, okay, Mark. I'm glad you were here. Thank you for joining us for as long as you did.
Later, Mark.
Yeah, we love Mark as much as we love everybody else because he's a very good guy.
Yes.
Yep.
Oh, Chris is saying that Star Trek pushed boundaries
You did.
largely because it was safe to do so in space, as opposed to like in a regular social environment, or if because it was supposed to be futuristic. But my God, it was so representative of its time. If you
Yeah.
look at it now,
But gosh, those girls, sorry, those skirts and those outfits, sparkly
Yeah.
outfits, come on. They were
I mean, even if you look at the later versions from the 80s and 90s, when the women were wearing these form-fitting, they were trousers rather than skirts.
7 of
But
9. 7
what
of 9. I don't need to say anything else. And Crystal was
I'm thinking of Marina, what's her name? The
Chokov.
the from I don't even remember which series it was, but she was beautiful, of course, but she also was wearing this form-fitting like pantsuit outfit, and the men didn't wear that sort of thing, and some of us were interested in the men, not the women.
Are you talking about Counselor Troy?
Yes, exactly. Deanna Troy, that was her name. I mean, I loved her character. I really like that actress. But at the same time, look at the costumes she was wearing while the men were wearing
Trousers.
regular things that men would wear. So it's different. Oh, Ingrid is here. Hey, Ingrid.
Ingrid.
Hey, Ingrid.
Okay.
Some of the stuff hasn't aged well.
Well, most things haven't aged well. Some things have a charm because of there's a sort of an innocence of their age. I mean, if you look at Father Knows Best or Ozzie and Harriet, there's a charm there where they weren't like pushing any kind of an agenda, or even I Love Lucy. There's a charm because there was no agenda.
We thought that we had some morality with the Bill Cosby show, but we lost that, didn't we?
Yeah, closer to the end. Yeah. Whoops.
Well, yeah, but that brings up a different question where how closely do we identify the actor with the character? And how closely do we say, how much do we say, okay, this actor has done bad things? Does that completely devalue all of his work to this point? I mean, in the music world, we have had this with quite a number of people, including Placido Domingo and James Levine, where we have learned that they were, well, Domingo is still alive, but we have learned that he has, let us say, not always been good to women. And James Levine has, we have learned, just been not a nice person to anyone, totally manipulative of everyone he ever met. But both of them, as performers, were considered to be completely brilliant. And then it was only after the controversies came about that people said, oh, I don't know, maybe he wasn't that good after all,
What I say is, oh, that's too bad. because I was really enjoying their work, and then, well, that's too bad.
Exactly. You have to distinguish between the work and the person.
Because I still enjoyed it,
I enjoyed Bill Cosby's work.
you know.
He
I
was
enjoyed it.
brilliant at what he did. But then we learned that all of his behavior off stage was not admirable.
You know, I taught my girls something when they were younger, and I guess this goes more towards their unconditional love of their parents too. But it was like, I would tell them sometimes, I love you, what you did.
Bless you.
Because it's a lesson you have to learn when you're little.
That no matter what they do, you're still going to love them.
Yeah.
And they're not going to like push you away.
And you have to separate what they did from who they are.
Mm.
That's kind of what we're talking about, I guess.
And that's exactly what we're talking about. And people don't always learn that lesson. Even adults we know.
I know.
I'll be back with my laptop charger.
Oh, you're leaving us? Okay.
No, I'm just going to get my charger.
Okay. Come back soon. We'll miss you. So, AJ, what do you think about all of this? We're just running our mouths.
I'll be right back.
Okay. Okay, so AJ, it's you and me now. So, what do you think? Tell me.
As far as Cosby goes, like the show was good. What he did was not. Just because the actor did something doesn't mean the show wasn't still good.
That goes along with what I was saying with confusing the person with the work output.
Yeah.
I mean, we know that that the great the opera composer Richard Wagner was a horrible person, but he wrote brilliant operas.
Yeah.
We still love the operas, and it's the same for all sorts of people throughout history. And maybe it's because there's more time between us and them that we can separate the work from the person more. And nowadays, because the person is still alive and we think that we know the person, and then we find out that that person has done bad things. And again, there's a difference between doing bad things and being a bad person. But we find out we have reasons to be disappointed in a person that we want to just discount everything about that person.
Yeah.
I think that it's probably not unique to our time. I think that we see it more because we have so much more communication in our time. Do you know what I mean?
Well,
It's probably always been that way.
we're obviously more connected. We're talking to Daniel, and he's in Scotland.
Yeah.
Except he's not talking very much.
I'm making tea.
Did you bring enough for everybody?
What kind of tea?
Just regular.
Yeah.
That's my
Nothing.
favorite kind of tea.
You got black tea?
No, black tea's horrible.
Mm. I used to drink tea every morning. I had this wonderful tea infuser where I would use like loose leaf tea with this infuser, and I would pour hot water into it, and I would get like 2 mugs of really wonderful tea out of it.
I do love the flavoured tea, but I just don't want to spend the money on something that I potentially don't like.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not a big fan of flavored teas or coffees myself.
Yeah, from the company where my wife gets all the syrups, they have some really awesome like high caffeine tea. So
I love the coffee syrups. I love it, love it, love it.
Like
Yeah.
Tarani?
Syrup in my
Yeah.
coffee and I'm happy.
yeah, Lollicup.
Okay.
I can
Now,
only do
boys and
herbal.
girls, I need to take a little break myself. I'll be back in a minute. So talk amongst yourselves. I'll give you a topic. I won't. Just talk amongst yourselves.
Run, David.
You think he's listening when he goes?
No, he. I think he has his headphones when he's up.
Because Sabrina sent me this, Jill.
Ooh.
Yorkshire pie tea?
It's tea made in Yorkshire.
Was
I
it
think.
one of the people I watch on YouTube? One of the other guys I watch on YouTube has done a sponsorship with them before.
Well, this is not sponsored by Yorkshire Tea, but here is some Yorkshire Tea.
Not what I meant, but no word from our sponsor, Paul Ply Yards.
Oh, that'd be
Someone
nice.
to me, guys. Someone paid for me to do YouTube. Actually, I need to get caught up on doing YouTube videos because I'm so behind.
Wouldn't that be fun, Daniel?
What if someone paid me to do YouTube?
Well, I think that's like nobody in our world ever said that, huh?
I'd love to be paid to do YouTube, but I'm not big enough.
You know, I thought about getting some affiliates and stuff like that, but it's like there's a lot of YouTubers doing that.
Yeah.
You know. Oh no. Oh, the biscuit tea they're talking about.
I've never tried it.
Neither have I.
I hear people talk about biscuit tea, and I hear them talk about Tam Tams. That was a thing for a while, the Tam Tams.
The last time I went to.
Or is it Tim Tams? I'm not sure if I'm saying it right.
Like the last time I went to Singapore, I got my wife some amazing tea. It was like lemon, jasmine, ginger. Phenomenal.
Like we have a Asian supermarket close to us, and they have so many different flavored teas. I'm like, I don't want to spend that money on something that I don't know if I like.
Oh, yeah.
Did you miss me?
Of course.
There's only one correct answer to that question, by the way. So
we're still talking about tea.
I noticed that that we were talking about Asian supermarkets. When I was in Westchester, in suburban New York, there was a great one that I loved to go to because the produce was amazing, and I could get a lot of really cool things there. But I wish I had gone more and bought more things to experiment with because, you know, here in North Carolina, we don't have that sort of thing so much. I wish we did, but that's what it is.
So like what? Daikons and
Well, there were different kinds of foods of fruit and veg that I wasn't familiar with. There were different cuts of meat. I mean, there was a time. There was one time that I got pork backbone. As I came from southern. I mean, this is a horrible thing, a horrible term. I came from southern poor white trash. I know about backbone and rice. I know about poverty food. So seeing pork backbone in the store sort of stirred something in me. So I had to buy it and work with it, and I made something delicious out of it. Because you get flavor from the bone, and there are a few shreds of meat left on the bone too, but not a whole lot.
Yeah.
But it was just delicious. So somebody is going to take me out of context for having said the phrase "poor white trash." And 20 years hence, I'm going to be eliminated from like a presidential race or something because of it.
Nah.
But that's how it is.
Are you working on the wifey blanket, AJ?
Yep.
How far along? How much more you got?
Do you know, I have suggested before that I think of it that he's superstitious and doesn't want to finish it because, what happens then?
I'll work on something else.
Well, you say that now, but
So right now I'm working on there's gonna be a strip.
A strip?
It's gonna be the length of the blanket.
You're starting one.
Yeah. No.
Or is that a new part of the blanket?
Yeah. It's a new section.
Oh, okay.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So.
Of the same blanket?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Well, I thought you were going to do that one way I was talking about. You said it was a cool idea and you wanted to do one in crochet.
Ooh.
The jelly roll.
Ooh. Yeah.
Remember I was talking about I'm going to knit that jelly roll out of all those minis. And I said it could be done in crochet, and you were talking about how I thought maybe that's what you were talking about.
No.
That's possible. Frankly, I got tired of doing blue hats. So right now I'm doing another moss stitch shawl, like the one I created for the Granny D challenge that I didn't win.
That sounds really interesting. I'd be interested to try that.
The moss
a moss stitch shawl.
Comment. You're missing the comments, David. Look at what the comments are doing.
What are people commenting?
Thank you, Chris.
I just came back. You can't expect me to pay attention to everything.
No, was it my last? Was it my last life? San Diego Fiber Arts. I'm gonna mess up her name. Sheree Carvello. So she suggested that I put I got a Caron cake that's the skinny cake that's rainbow.
Mm-hmm.
She suggested I put it together with a darker yarn.
Apparently, it shows up really nicely. So I've heard.
So I put it together with like a small black skein of like Dollar Tree yarn.
Okay, that sounds like fun. Alicia is leaving us and going to bed.
Bye, Alicia.
Bye.
So good night. We're glad you were here with us.
Chris may be the last one here. He's in California.
Okay. Yeah. So I just ventured into the kitchen, and it looks like now my sister has a bit of a drive day, and I was hoping she was asleep right now because
Oh no, don't do that, Ingrid. It'd be very expensive for you. Please don't pay all that money.
oh yeah,
And I
exactly.
like Rubios too, if I'm saying that right.
I don't know that tea actually. There was a tea place that you used to see in upscale shopping centers and shopping malls where I would sometimes get stuff because my ex worked in the Apple store, and of course those are going to be in the upscale shopping centers and shopping malls. So I would sometimes get some nice tea there, but then more than once I would like sample the tea and think, oh, that's nice, I'll have some of that. And then as soon as I bought it and found out exactly how much it cost, I went off it and didn't want any more ever.
The thing is, I'd love, like, even before the pandemic, shops had stopped doing tea samples. And I'm like, why don't you carry on with them? Because carry on with them, you might get more sales. Because if anyone's like me, I will not buy a tea if I don't know what it tastes like. And I'm not going to buy a full box of tea for something that I don't know what it tastes like.
Exactly. Exactly. And I don't know how it is nowadays. I haven't been out shopping in our world very much lately. I can't remember the last time I actually set foot in the shopping mall that we have here, where we have a couple of large department stores, and I think it's the small stores that have really suffered the most, as well as the small restaurants everywhere. So anyway, I don't know what's out there in the malls nowadays. Maybe I'll make a vlog post about that. I'll just record myself as I go.
That would be kind of fun. Go to the mall and show everybody what's at the mall now.
Yeah, because honestly,
because people don't go to the mall anymore.
Nothing changed during the pandemic, so everything's still open. at least.
In Wilmington, there's one traditional mall and one more newfangled mall where they make it look like a sort of a town center, and there are like condominiums built into it. You might have seen that in other areas. And of course, the condominiums are not cheap, but they sell because the location is good. But it's an upscale mall. That's where our Michaels is, and a few upscale restaurants and one of the movie theaters. I should make. I've never really done that sort of a vlog thing where I record myself as I go along during the day. It would have to be a learning thing as I'm doing it.
I need to do a vlog of my yarn shopping down here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Not that I go yarn shopping. Go yarn shopping.
Do you know what I would love to see is a vlog showing the whole dyeing process. And I've seen other dyers do it, but I'm sorry.
You just saw my whole dyeing process.
Well,
I'm going to talk to the podcaster to go through my dyeing process, so I don't know when that will be, but
yeah. But I'm finding more and more that I enjoy doing live streams and interviews, and then less and less I enjoy doing the recorded videos that I have to edit and then schedule. I really like doing the interviews because I get to interact with really fascinating people like AJ and Daniel, but other guys who are just great people. And I enjoy doing the live streams because, again, there's the interaction going on.
Mhm.
I don't enjoy doing the tutorials as much. And people tell me that I'm good at explaining things. And I believe them, and I think I am, but I still don't enjoy it all that much.
It is work.
It is.
I think the tutorials, here's what my experience is. I enjoy them though. But I think that the thing about it is I am very critical of myself while I'm doing it. And that's
Mhm.
work. It's work to be so careful that you get everything out there to everybody because they're watching to see, okay, this is how I do this. You know,
I also I agree with what you're saying. Also, part of my issue is just trying to get it right technically with the right camera angle, getting the stand to work correctly, and the lighting, and making sure I'm in frame. Do you know the most negative comment that I have ever gotten, and I've been very fortunate in this way, the most negative comment that I have ever seen actually was someone criticizing one of my tutorials because of the production values and saying that because of that, that person thought that it was a horrible channel that I had.
that was pretty random, I would say.
Exactly. And you know, it was what it was. And I know that it's something that I'm still learning to do, that I know that I need to improve. Um, and those are things that I'm working on.
I had a comment one time that said something about the yarn was too dark or that it was on a tutorial I did on, it was one of the knitting ones. And what I took away from that was I could have made that a little bit better, but I still got my point across.
Yeah,
You know.
exactly. And that was that. In fact, that I believe that was the only critical comment that I got. Everybody else has been supportive. Now, I have a regular moderator who has told me that she has intercepted some comments in live streams that I never saw that she said were pretty darn mean.
Oh,
And she deleted them. And I sort of wish she had never told me that. Because if I didn't know that they were there, I'd have been okay. But now,
I think the thing is with negative comments, it's just best just to not let it get to you because you're not going to please everyone.
Yeah.
of
Everyone's
course,
got their own problems.
yeah,
And
of course not. And it was just a momentary thing where I'm thinking, oh my goodness, somebody said something awful. And if I had seen it, I would have been hurt. So it's a good thing that I didn't see it, but I'm still sort of hurt knowing that it was there. But it's a conflict thing. It's like in the end, it doesn't matter, and
when
I can go on living and doing what I do, but those
when I
people
first started, it was not that somebody would say something nasty to me that worried me. It was that nobody would watch.
yeah, that's me.
They're just not going to watch.
Okay, Divergent was suggesting a cow for some of my tutorials. I had not thought of doing that actually. Maybe I will think about that. I had not thought of doing that. Now, I have been doing every Friday, I've been trying to do a tutorial every Friday. And just this week, I decided to change over to a rotating format on Fridays, where once a month it will be a tutorial, and then there will also be there will be interviews similar to my Monday Men, but this time it will be with women who are influential for Fridays. And then there will be other things so that I don't have to do the same thing every Friday, but I'm still posting every Friday, which is important to me because I want to post every day. Do you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Let's see. Now, next
Sure.
month is Christmas and July fairies. There'll be a lot of traffic for that. But then after that is Vlogust.
I was actually invited to join in with the Christmas in July fairies business. I don't completely understand it. I need to
Yeah, that's
look
what.
into it more and figure out how it works.
Because I said to Jill, Jill sent me the welcome letter thing over, and I was reading through it, and I was like, I do not understand this one bit. It's too wordy for me. I need it simple. I need it like, right, this is this, and that is that. That is it.
I sort of had that feeling, and I used to write business requirements documents for a living, so I should be able to interpret things, and sometimes I can't.
Mm-hmm.
And I should be able to write things clearly, and it hurts me when I write things that are not clear and people tell me they don't understand me. But I need to study the whole Christmas in July fairies thing to
It's
understand
really-
it better.
It's really not very complicated. It's really not. Basically, you will put up a video after July 1st, and you will say that you are participating in the Christmas and July fairies.
Mm-hmm.
You use the hashtag when you put your video up. You decide whether you're going to give a prize. If you're going to give a prize on your own channel, you mention that in the video. Okay? And then because you will pick the name from the comments on that video. Okay? So when you pick your winner, you will send that name to Dana. And then Dana takes all those names and she draws one winner. And then we all send a prize to the winner.
Okay, so that's similar to the thing that Butterfly Dreams did recently.
I don't know about that one.
It was a very similar structure like that, but I have to look into it and determine whether I'm going to do it. Because I've got other stuff going on.
I know.
I mean, I'm gonna do a marathon on the 4th of July. I'm gonna do a marathon on July 25th for the to determine the outcome of the Hat Not Hate contest. Also, I'm doing one on June 20th, which is going to be summer solstice. It's also Father's Day, but I don't talk much about Father's Day. So, and all of my regular daily things that I'm doing, I don't know whether I can fit that into my life. Because I'm also trying to make a living. There are things that I'm trying to add outside of yarn that might bring in a few shekels quicker than the yarn. And that takes time too.
It does.
So I don't know whether I can actually manage doing that.
Now, the Christmas and July fairies, once you get your video up, the video will be on Dana's playlist for it.
Mm-hmm.
Now, if you choose to, you can create your own playlist on your channel and say, I'm going to put everybody who's doing it down below. I think that's going to be a little difficult for us, but Dana is going to do that.
She suggested that I do that as a way to gain watch hours, and watch hours are really what I need the most right now. So I might still do it. I just haven't decided yet. And I don't have to decide today. It's not July yet. You know?
Yeah.
Anyway, you're still quiet, AJ. Talk to us.
Ingrid's wanting to know if you watched any of the She Show, like, hackathon thing.
I watched a lot of that, and I loved it. And I made a lot of notes of people I want to reach out to that she introduced to me, whom I had not yet seen. There were some great people. I loved it. I wish I could have watched it all, but of course, you know, I can hardly stay awake through my own stuff, let alone hers. But
is there going to be a replay on that? Do you know?
I think so. Yes, definitely. In fact, I was watching a replay before I came up here and did my thing.
Yeah, it's probably on their Facebook page.
Oh, Tina is saying very nice things to me. I'm sorry, say that again, Jill?
I said I missed most of it because I was coming up here, so.
Well, I hope that you get to see some of it, because there was some good stuff. She had some really good people up there. And there were some men I want to talk to for my Monday Men series. Definitely.
There was something on the page, the Lion Brand page, about lefties.
Oh, yeah?
Did you see that?
I don't think so, no.
Okay. And I'm not sure I understand. It's got to be, Daniel, it's got to be the twist. A yarn for lefties.
Never heard of it.
I believe there is a different kind of twist for yarn that lefties find easier to work with. I could be mistaken about that, but I'm not. I don't understand all the different kinds of yarn. I don't even really understand what the hell a roving yarn is. So,
a roving yarn is tubular. And
yeah, every time I picked up what I thought was a roving yarn and tried to work with it, I have not been pleased with that choice.
Really?
Roving yarn's really hard to work with, because if you mess up, that roving yarn's really hard to pull back.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
So you need to be really careful using roving yarn. I just spilt my tea everywhere.
So Russell is volunteering to help Fiber Spider out. But we know that Russell is a personal friend of Fiber Spider already, so that's
so kind of you, Russell.
To do what? I'm not sure I understand.
The Fiber Spider needs help doing the festival. His friend Russ will help him out.
Which festival is that?
Is he talking about the men's retreat?
Oh.
Oh, no. I don't know. I never understand anything. Everything goes past me and over my head. But that's okay. I like to live in a dream world.
Now, where is that men's retreat at?
Yeah,
oh, the men's retreat that I was talking about. The men's retreat that I was talking about is at Easton Mountain Retreat Center, which is very near Albany, New York. I have been there before, where there was a gay men's retreat that I used to go to every Labor Day, and it's relocated to Easton Mountain. Previously, it was in Massachusetts, but I always loved the retreat. I always loved Easton Mountain as a retreat center. And if I get to go there in September for this retreat, it would be absolutely fabulous.
I'll be right back.
Okay. Partly because of my memories of that location, partly because it's being around men who do yarn, and partly because it will be a social thing, and I haven't had enough social activity in the past year and a half. I think most of us can say that there's just not enough social activity in the past year and a half. So things are lightening up. I hope.
So Divergent was asking, or she put out a comment earlier about what she said, you could also cross promote your pattern by making it free during the cowl only, cowl only, and then once the cowl is over, you can make the video private except to the introduction. Then when the video can be viewed by those who bought the pattern.
I have actually thought about doing that. Once Hat Not Hate is over for the year, I have thought about making my hat patterns no longer free. Just a tiny charge, maybe $1 each, but something. And also, Daniel and I have talked about doing things with my patterns and his yarns, which I think would be a really good combination. In fact, I have shown at least one thing that I created with his yarn and my pattern. It's on my Instagram, and it turned out really, really beautiful. I would show it to you, except it's on the other side of the room now. That sort of thing. I'm all about cross promotion. I'm all about doing the hustle, and seeing where there is a shekel to be made. I'm not about shekels before anything else, because that's why currently all of my hat patterns are free, because I want people to make donations. That's why my prices are not very high in the pattern world, because I want people to buy my patterns and make stuff for donations or for whatever they want to. I'm not about getting rich, because I know I'm not gonna get rich from crochet or anything with yarn. It just doesn't work that way until I have 600,000 plus followers, like some people we could name. But that's not going to happen today or tomorrow. And I don't even know. I mean, there are videos out there where people have made guesses at what some of those big name YouTubers make because of their YouTube and Instagram and TikTok or whatever other social media outlets they have, their exposure. But, you know, none of that is any of our business.
No.
But if people can make a living at it, more power to them. And I would love to make a living at it before doing it makes me want to die. You know? And I think, I mean, that's a rather crass way to say it, but I think that a lot of people who have an avocation that they want to turn into a trade, they really do feel that way. I want to make a living at it before doing it makes me want to just stop doing it.
Yeah.
Because there comes a time when it's no longer fun.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't want to have that time. I know that Daniel doesn't want to have that time. He loves doing dyes. He loves doing yarns. And he has a brilliant sense of color. But also, he's learning about building a business. And building a business can just kill you.
Yeah.
You know? I don't want to experience that. I don't want Daniel to experience that. Daniel is brilliant at what he does. This is what I do, but it's not the only thing that I do. If there's no longer any joy in yarn for me, I can do other things. I hope the day never comes when there is no longer any joy in yarn for me. But if it does happen, I can go on living. Oh, Jill, you missed me being all melodramatic.
Welcome back, Jill.
Thank you. I'm trying to be smarter than the coffee pot here.
And how's that going for you?
I think it's working.
Oh, cool. I used to have a French press, and I got the best coffee out of that. Especially when I forgot and left it for like half an hour to steep.
I hit up the front desk earlier.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I mean, seriously, who uses 1 cream, 1 sugar? I mean, come on.
Who uses like those powdered creamers? I just don't understand. Why would anyone want that? And I know people do, and I've probably hurt people's feelings by saying that, but I don't care.
Do you see what Julie said?
What's that?
For the hours that some put into this compared to the income, it's not like that they make a lot of money. If you break it down like a wage versus work time, I'm not sure if I said that. Right, Julia, I completely agree with you.
It is true.
And there's a lot of YouTubers that don't make anything from YouTube.
And I think I'm not sure if it was Jill who said it recently, but you know, McDonald's workers are struggling to get like $15 an hour, which is that is not a living wage, but they can't even get that. But if you look at the amount of time and material that goes into the knit and crochet goods that we have on offer at like these craft fairs and on Etsy, it's a lot less than $15 an hour. And people don't want to pay that. People want Walmart prices for handcrafted goods.
Yeah, which doesn't work.
Well, they're not going to get it from me, I'll tell you that. That's why I don't do I don't do stuff for sale.
That's also true, Chris. Chris said it's the same is true for any home-based business. A lot of hours and lots of unpaid prep. That is very true.
Exactly. Exactly.
I
Exactly.
work from home, and I don't think people realise the amount of work I've got to go through to get that yarn on the website, and then I've got to pay for the website on top of that.
Exactly. Exactly. I'm sure you're not making a ton of money from yarn sales alone until you are selling a shitload of yarn. And that takes, you have to buy that much raw material in order to create the yarn and then have it on offer and then send it out. And you have to pay for postage. And there's so much. Hey, Jill, welcome back.
Thank you. I had a little, I was a black hole a little bit there.
Yeah, we all have those from time to time.
It was the wormhole.
Something like that, yes. So Julie says...
Exactly.
Julie says, when I am told I can get a set of mittens at Walmart for $2, I remind them that they're not handmade. My response would be then go get them there. I don't care if you buy my stuff. Go get them there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Exactly. Because it's clear that that person does not appreciate what you're doing. So you don't want them, you don't want that person actually handling your stuff and showing it to other people and saying, look what I got for this exorbitant price and I don't think it was worth it. And you're going, this is handmade and this, you know. So
my mom used to say that about coffee, and there's a magnet on the side of her refrigerator still. It says latte is French for you paid too much for that coffee.
I like that. I actually like latte very much.
I do too.
So do I.
Especially caramel.
Julie, I completely agree. Sorry, I'm just replying to Julie said, I hear people complain about the prices of hand-dyed yarn, sigh. If only they knew what it took. I have to save to get it, but I appreciate the uniqueness of it and the hard work put into it.
Exactly. Exactly. Now, I mean, not only the in terms of hours and everything, I mean, there is like a spiritual thing that is inherent in that yarn because you made it, because you love it. There's a reason I am never ever going to let go of that shawl that I made or the whatever it is that I end up making with the ginger bear yarn, because, well, for one thing, it's beautiful, but for another thing, it's you.
Yeah.
And you are a dear friend, so I'm not gonna let go of it. I mean, and people don't understand that, and maybe it takes age and, well, I won't say wisdom because I ain't got none of that, but sometimes it takes age and experience to understand that sort of thing. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And so if anyone is buying your yarns, they have to know that there's a part of you in every skein or hank or whatever the hell it is you're calling it today. But
whatever you young kids are into.
Exactly. Oh, these young people today, I just don't understand them.
Did you see the book that I also got from Mary Maxim?
Oh, that's pretty.
Oh, that's cute.
Look at this guy.
Oh my goodness. Oh.
So Cheryl had this book when I was up there in Colorado, and I went ahead and put it in my cart. She said she got it from Mary Maxim, and that's what I went on there for. And then I got that kit for the gnomes.
So have you got 2 copies now, Jill?
No,
No.
she had a copy.
Oh.
Look at him.
Okay, was that included in the order as sort of a catalog, or was it something that you paid for?
No, I paid for it.
Okay,
I just
So-
can't tell you the prices because they're not on my invoice.
okay. Someone was saying,
Ingrid said, totally agree, Julie. Some people do not have an idea what goes into producing quality yarn. I am in awe of people like Daniel that can produce such uniqueness. And then Divergent said, handmade items will last much longer than the Walmart junk, which saves you money long term. And then
but you
Chris,
know, all of that is true, but that's
just-
not really the point.
I just thought of something too.
What is
If
that?
somebody says that, say, well, it won't shrink.
I don't care if it shrinks or not. I don't care about any of that stuff. It's, I mean, what I'm saying is that this yarn that I have is Daniel.
Yeah.
This yarn that this garment that I made is me because I made it.
But see,
And so that
That's
you
so
can't put a
cute.
price tag on that. Well, you can, but you know, it's not going to be accurate.
good luck.
Yeah, exactly. So that is exactly why I don't sell stuff, because I get into this kind of a thing, and I'm gonna don't
Well-
get me started.
This has to be the first one I do. This will have to be the first one I do.
that's super cute.
Oh,
Her name is-
that is cute. Yeah.
Her name is Blossom.
And then Chris commented, packaging materials, transportation and gas, choice of, where is it? Choice of marketing materials, branding, business name and business license, finding sources, wholesale, telephone bills, much more than yarn and dye. Yes. That is
Oh,
very,
yes, of course.
Mhm.
Of course.
That's super cute.
I mean, yeah, we've never talked about the total expense. Oh, what am I? I think I'm unraveling something unintentionally over
Like,
here.
for instance, I've got to pay a yearly fee for my website, and then I've got to pay
Mhm.
a monthly bill for my .com and .co.uk thing.
Mm-hmm.
Then I've got to pay my government taxes on top of that.
Mm-hmm. So yeah, there's a lot to be considered that
Mhm.
people and you know, I'm just not going to debate with people. I will say, then go to Walmart. Go get what the fuck you want over there, because you're not going to get it from me.
And this
And
is
I don't
Daryl.
care. It's my stream. I'm not monetized yet, so I wear as much as I want.
No, just don't open the door, hon.
Ah, ah, ah.
I'll come right through it.
Oh my goodness gracious.
Oh my gosh. Yeah, I
Yeah.
have to check myself sometimes.
We all do. We all do.
Well, especially
but,
when you
know,
get passionate about something. I think that's when we
exactly.
that passion
Exactly.
comes in and you're like, you know?
You know, I don't know if I'll ever be monetized. And at this point, I'm okay, because I have other things going on. I have patterns. I have merch. Did you people know I have merch?
Well-
I have merch. I have.
A video
What?
to Daniel, and it was from Little John Yarns. Have you seen that video about? She talks about what she makes on YouTube.
No.
I
We
did not
talked
see
about it the other night.
that.
No.
I know that
Oh, yes, I have.
there have been videos where people talk about what they make on YouTube, and I have also heard it said that YouTube really extremely strongly discourages you from discussing what you make on YouTube.
Well, there's an app.
Is there not?
There's an app where you can go. What was it? Blade? Was it blade.com? I wrote it down, but I don't have it with me.
Well, okay, we don't have to have it today, but yeah.
And it was something where you can look up. If you go to that video of hers, she'll tell you. But it you can look up to see what your favorite YouTuber makes.
Frankly, I don't care what my favorite YouTuber makes.
Well,
I want to make a few shekels myself,
I'm
but
saying that I know that YouTube discourages it, but they're not going to stop it, just like anything else.
well, they can't stop it outright.
No,
But-
because people are going to talk about what they're going to talk about.
Yeah.
Exactly,
That's
and there is that whole First Amendment thing.
Yeah.
So, at the same time, they can discourage it, and they can. I'm not in that position because I'm not earning anything yet. So, should the time come when I am earning something, I will then decide whether I talk about it. But
the
right
thing is,
now,
I'm gonna
I'm
start-
earning bupkas.
Yeah,
I'm sorry.
because the thing is, I want to start doing like yarn unboxings and stuff like that. But the thing is, people don't understand. If you're not making any money from YouTube, you've got to take that money from your own pocket to make that happen. So if
Exactly.
this is why I don't do them regularly, because I just don't earn the funds to be able to do them regularly like some other bigger YouTubers.
Oh, look, Lisa is now here. Yay.
Because I told her that you lied.
Okay. I'm going to put the link up again
Well,
in case anybody else wants to join us. But
as Chris was saying, it would be nice to have our links, the panel links, but the Nightbot should be putting it up. Maybe it's not because we're
Yeah.
not.
okay,
all
Nightbot
three of
is
us have.
putting up Jill and AJ and Daniel and me, and also I believe Lisa on a regular basis. So if you just watch for that. But I know I have. Oh, Crystal's still here! Yay! Or you've come back apparently. Burning the Midnight Oil,
Hey, Crystal.
or Burning the Midnight Heartburn, or something.
Now we're
like that.
fangirling, huh, AJ?
Oh, God, Crystal seeing me in my dressing gown, guys. This isn't
Oh.
all.
Oh, please, don't worry about that.
You're making yarn. You're fine.
Yeah.
She missed my dyeing session.
Okay. Anyway,
She missed you twisting your yarn up.
And she also missed me waxing poetic or
It was
whatever
fun.
it was. I was preaching about certain things.
I was hanking up. Is it 4-weight? I don't know what number weight Alan is in the US.
It was 4-weight. Aaron.
Yeah, hanking up 4-weight as well, Crystal.
4-weight. 4 is, we would call 4 worsted or an Aaron, yeah.
Yeah,
But,
what
yeah.
yarn is that you're working with? Because that yarn looks very familiar.
This yarn.
Yeah.
This is that Cascade. But this is Crystal's poncho.
Oh yeah.
Crystal said
that's
she's
cool.
yarn.
See
Crystal,
what?
do you want my new yarn? I love that. It's so pretty.
Oh, hanging it, yeah.
Yeah, as I recall,
was-
Crystal has done some really beautiful hand-dyed yarns herself.
Mhm.
Yeah. Anyway, oh.
Yeah, that was a lot of fun watching her and Mr. Bod do that in the kitchen.
Yeah, that video is about a year old, right? When they were like using Kool-Aid to dye yarns.
Already? A year?
Something like that. It was June of last year, wasn't it?
Oh my
I'd
God.
be really interested to see that video. I'll have to go to her YouTube and have a look.
Yeah, well, fortunately, Crystal has a lot of her videos sorted into playlists so that you can find them because she's got thousands of them.
Crystal said, "No, I suck at yarn. They're buying yarn too."
Oh, I don't believe you.
Yeah.
I don't think you suck at anything.
You're fabulous, Crystal. We all think you're fabulous, regardless.
Yeah, exactly. If you wanted to come up, I would not say no. But anyway, yeah. That was a fun video where she and Mr. Bod were like dyeing yarns with Kool-Aid and really getting some nice effects too.
Yeah.
So, and I've mentioned before, I have this hank of yarn that Fiber Spider made.
Did you
And-
get some of that?
Sorry?
You got some?
Yeah.
You got his
it-
hand spun?
Exactly. He spun it himself, and
Yeah.
it was part of a giveaway, and I won that giveaway. So I got the hank, I got a tote bag, I got a mug.
Wow.
The tote bag and the mug I have made a lot of use of. The hank I've been afraid to touch because I was always afraid I would ruin it. But watching some of the dyeing videos that I have seen recently, I'm a little more confident about it. And if I could do it, perhaps with Daniel on the phone at the same time, I could work through it and make a video out of it, of course, because that's what we're all about.
Crystal said she would love to, but she has to get her 5-year-old to bed. She's still up staring at me right now.
Uh-oh.
Yeah,
Oh, my
really
goodness.
No, she's still asleep.
What is she doing up at 2 o'clock in the morning, Central?
Yikes.
Oh, my goodness.
It happens.
Yeah.
Put her to bed. We know it's going to be in something pink. Because we know little Evelyn loves pink.
She'll love the yarn I just hanged up then, because that's pink.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes, it
But-
is.
Yeah. Anyway, as I was saying, having seen some yarn dyeing videos, I'm a little more confident about cotton candy all day, she says. Oh, excellent.
Yeah.
But having seen some yarn dyeing videos, I'm a little more confident, but I would still want to have Daniel on the phone as I'm doing it. Well, largely because I want to have Daniel on the phone all the time.
Who doesn't want me on the phone, darling?
Of course, Lisa. Have you been trying? Sometimes I don't notice people who are in the basement because I'm busy running my mouth, but I don't see you in the basement right now.
Night, Crystal.
Oh, good night, Crystal. We love you.
Crystal.
Thank you so much for coming. Oh, also, Crystal, I'm sending a package to you.
Oh, a mystery package, eh?
Something like that.
Oh, we all love a mystery package, don't we?
Perhaps, yes.
Hang on, Russell, I'll get it.
Okay. Lisa, are you still trying to come up? Because I don't see you in the basement.
Oh my gosh.
Oh, your gosh.
Oh my gosh. That's pretty.
Pretty.
Oh, I love that, of course.
Yeah.
The one you had in your hand just a second ago. I don't know that I can really register the colors correctly. What are they? It looks like gray and white to me.
Brown.
Yeah. It's brown.
Brown?
It's
Okay.
creamy.
Yeah.
Brown creamy.
Creamy. Oh, God. Yeah, because, different computers, different monitors, different things.
Yeah.
So they don't always register correctly. But I love that
I didn't-
pink and purple.
I
that you
didn't
have.
realize how bright that pink is. That pink is really bright.
Yeah.
Oh, Chelsea's gonna love that one
Mhm.
with the purple.
I wasn't sure what weight you were looking for, Alice.
Is Alice still here? Hey, Alice.
Alice,
Russell is still here. I think that's great.
was that mine? I just dyed it up on 4 weight just because I wanted to dye it up on 4 weight, but I can dye it up on, well, it'll be a different shade of pink because I just used the last coat, the last of this shade up. So it'd be a different.
Okay. So Lisa said she wanted to come up, but I haven't seen her in the basement yet.
But if you do
I don't-
like, if you do like this, Jan, I do have plenty of this available.
What's the
There's-
name of that colorway?
I haven't decided yet. This is new.
Okay. Okay.
But if you do like this, Alice, I do have plenty. But it's 4 weight.
Hmm.
And Russell said that's gorgeous, the brown ham. I have 5, Russell. I have 5 of each.
Hmm.
And they're not in the on the
Yeah,
website
sure.
yet.
They're not on the website yet because I've literally just hung them up today.
If you do another lot of the ginger bear in Aaron weight, I would buy a substantial amount of that because I think it's beautiful.
We'll have to see, won't we?
What is that?
We'll have to see, won't we?
Indeed, we will. Indeed. And
He's cheeky.
I've been called a cheeky monkey before.
No, I wasn't talking about you.
Well, he's cheeky too. That's why we get along so well. And AJ is still not saying much because I think we've intimidated him.
Nah.
Nah. Okay. I just want you to be comfortable
Oh yeah.
because we will speak our minds, and not
Alice,
everybody is.
Alice, was it you that wanted that custom dye from me as well? Because I have the DK in for that as well, and I have more DK as well.
Oh,
Most of the people in my line of work are very inept and are very adapted to speak their mind.
Mm,
So that I'm used to.
but I'll bet you don't run across people like us that often in your line of work.
Depends on the day.
Well, I mean, you work in like a mechanical field in the military.
Yeah.
Totally foreign to me. So
and me.
Alice, if you could send me another email with what exactly you're wanting, because I know you're wanting pink and purple as well, so send me an email with everything that you're wanting and I can get an invoice to you.
cool. Anyway,
I'm gonna
So-
I'm gonna hop down and go to.
oh, I don't want to send you away.
So you're not sending me away.
Oh, okay. Please come back when you're ready because
Oh, yeah.
we'd love to have you here.
Yep, love being here.
Okay.
I was
Bye-bye
trying
now.
to remember,
You know.
how do you say goodbye? I forget how you say it.
In what language?
Oh, okay. Well, good. I had it down then, didn't I? Thank you.
Huh. Okay, now I'm thinking of the Lawrence Wilkes song. What was that? So long, auf Wiedersehen, Da, 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 da,
Vaguely.
da, da.
Vaguely. What about
Oh,
this?
there's Lisa
What-
wants to
What
come
about
up.
this one? You remember this one?
Oh, Carol Burnett. Oh, yes. I'm so glad we had
We
this
had this
time
time
together just to have a laugh
share a
or
laugh and
sing or
sing a
song. Seems we just get started, and before you
Before you
know
know
it, comes the time we have to say so long.
Well, I came up at the wrong bleeding time, didn't I?
Oh,
If it's on
yeah.
mine, and it
Everybody, Lisa's here.
Everybody just went, ugh.
Yeah.
Hi, Russell.
But yeah, legend has it that Carol Burnett used to do that ear tugging thing as like a gesture for her grandmother, because her grandmother would be watching,
Oh.
and that would be a sweet thing. And
Was
then
that
it became
bewitched?
her thing. I'm sorry. Yeah, I heard that sound, that bewitched sound. That
Uh-huh.
I can't make my nose do that.
Bewitched. Da, 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 da.
Exactly.
I'm
I used to
so
love
sorry. I will
that.
turn the notifications off. And Fiber, that was I Dream of Jeannie, not Bewitched.
Yeah.
Was it?
Yeah.
How dare you be a rival? How dare you?
Well, it's funny because if you look at the entertainment of the time, that those two situation comedies, I'm sure that one rose as a response to the other. And I think that I Dream of Jeannie was there first. Did y'all know that Larry Hagman, who was in I Dream of Jeannie, was also Mary Martin's son? Mary Martin of South Pacific fame. Anyway, moving along.
I try to picture what she looks like.
Mary Martin? I hope not, because she's dead. But
Hey, that was dangerous, David.
Remember whose panel you're on, Miss Jill.
but if you find the old
Sweet dreams, AJ.
South Pacific clips from the South Pacific movie, you will find Mary Martin, you know, I'm gonna wash that man right out of my hair.
Oh, that? Oh.
Oh, yeah. 1,001 pounds of fun. That's my little honey bun. Yeah.
That's on the deck of the pool, isn't it?
There's no pool. It's all on an island.
Yeah, but I think they were
in the South Pacific.
Oh, that one. Gosh,
During World
I'm thinking
War
of
II.
Blue Hawaiian, probably.
Okay.
Yeah, I think. Yeah. Anyway.
Probably very different movies. So I'm thinking James Michener. You're thinking what? Elvis Presley? I don't know.
I think I was.
Oh God. Oh, where did Lisa go? Did we drive her away?
I think she's having her breakfast.
So yeah, there's actually some banana nut bread that my sister made that I have only had one slice of, that I might have to go and get some more.
What is it?
Banana nut bread.
Oh, that's good stuff.
Yeah.
You ever had that, Daniel?
Pardon?
You ever had banana nut bread?
Yeah. I have. I don't care for it too much because I don't like nuts.
You can leave out the nuts.
I had to swallow really fast for that one. Daniel, look at the panel you're on with. I mean, I'm excluded because you can't see me, so it's all good.
Sometimes you feel like a nut.
Oh, we can imagine you, Lisa. We know exactly what you're thinking.
I think we're lucky that Lisa wasn't on show when I said that.
We very well might have been. Yes. Okay, now she.
Now I've got to go.
I think we've reduced her to a fit of something.
Okay, so the irony
Okay.
of that was that was a honey nut cornflake. Excuse me,
Oh
I'm
my
sorry, I'm
goodness.
finished dying now. Oh my gosh. Oh, sorry.
So
That was the night you had Lisa in
that's-
tears.
Mm-mm.
Uh-oh. No, it doesn't take that much to get Lisa in tears. You just need to know how to do it, and just
Please,
learn
not
that
that
thing,
way
and
again.
you just stick it in
My
and
throat is
twist it a
so
little
torn
bit.
up from the other night. I screamed so hard down the phone to Ginger the night before last as my 1000 hit. I screamed really high, really shrill twice, and it ripped my throat muscle so much that I coughed up a load of blood afterwards. Wonderful.
Oh, that's not
right
good.
now, coughing and laughing. It ain't
No,
a good
no.
thing. So what the hell am I doing?
Okay.
Really?
Okay, let's review here.
You tore, you,
There is nothing that you can do vocally that will cause you to bleed unless it's
My throat muscles are ripped to
extremely.
shreds, David.
No.
Yes,
If
yes.
if you were going to bleed, it doesn't have to do with your vocal mechanism. There was something going on already.
I didn't say vocal. I said it's my throat. The insides of my throat.
Where do
are
you
like-
think your vocal mechanism is?
It's not the actual vocal cords, though. It's the throat. It's the throat is very, very thin lining right now. It's very, very weak, and that was down to a few years ago when I learnt the South Afrikaans language. I was using muscles overboard, and it ripped my throat. And ever since, I now have a very I don't have as strong, as thick a lining as I ought to. So any extra
I'm not sure that you understand correctly
Hey, look,
what is
darling,
going on
I'm
in
only
your
going by
throat.
the doctors, and I know where the blood's coming from because I taste it and it
Okay.
happens.
Well,
Sorry.
that's okay. We don't have to have this discussion now, but
Yes,
that-
Chris, exactly.
no.
do you gargle?
I can't, no.
Chris has it completely perfect. The throat bleedy, sore, ouchy thingy is
Yes.
the technical term. Yeah.
Chris might be new over to my channel, but he knows me perfectly.
Exactly.
I was gonna say that's like the
Exactly.
spilly willy thing, spinny willy.
I hope there's no spinning going on in her throat, but
Now see, I have never done that. Nothing's ever come out my nose.
You don't want it, Jill. I mean, don't sit there going, "Oh, I wish it had." Oh, I really wanted
no.
it. Don't just.
No.
actually,
I
yeah,
don't wish it.
I've had like bleeding from, you know,
Every
esophageal
orifice.
like things, and I don't recommend it. Actually. So the
Not sure where
throat.
this is going right now.
Yeah, we don't need to go any further. Puppies. Let's talk about puppies.
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 It won't be long now.
Nobody has
Today.
mentioned that I
Sometime
put a
today.
mask on my puppy here.
I was trying to work out what was going on and why there was suddenly a field going across the center of the dog.
Well, actually, it's a puppy mask on my puppy.
Oh, okay.
Since nobody seems to be wearing masks anymore around here, I thought I would put it to some use.
Well,
So,
they did ask me online. They did. I mean, that was one of the things they said that I was going to have to do that when I came to the hotel,
Mogo.
but I didn't, and they were okay with it.
Oh, when you went to the hotel where you're staying now. Oh,
Yeah.
okay. Yeah. I don't go that many places. I go to the grocery store. I go to the UPS store to pick up my mail. I go to the liquor store daily. Um, and
Lisa,
that's pretty much it. Yeah.
were you at my live this evening? Did you pop in?
I was sleeping, Jill. I was sleeping.
So
Yeah.
I
What
don't
must
know if
we
it's
like
been to
to
your channel or
sleep?
not. Do you know who knows?
No.
You've seen him in my lives, maybe.
Miguel.
Miguel.
Oh yes.
I didn't know him until quite recently.
He
We
was
love
live.
Miguel. We love Miguel.
He was live tonight with me.
Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh.
So,
oh my
Daniel,
gosh.
are we boring you so that you have to look at other sources of entertainment?
I am
Oh.
looking at my tracking for your parcel, David.
Oh,
He's taking orders. He's a working man, David. You've got to let the man bring in that money. Oh my gosh, Miguel was on.
Look, it has left Miami. It is on its way to the UK right now.
What is that?
Well,
My
you sent me
package?
you, David.
I did send you a package. I didn't send you the
Exactly.
tracking information, did I?
Well, I don't know, but someone sent it to me.
Okay. Okay.
Who was it?
Wasn't me.
It came from your email. Oh no, it came from Pirate Ship.
Pirate Ship is where I send is my postage vendor online.
Yeah, they sent me the email.
Okay, that's cool.
Are you liking Pirate Ship?
I like it. The best thing about it is that I can weigh the package, print up the label, tape it on, and then not worry about it and drop it off. If I happen to meet the mailman at the street, I can give him the package and say, "Here, take this." Or I can take it to the post office, or I can take it to the UPS store and say, "Here, the
please,
postage
Daniel.
is already on it." And in theory, I'm sorry, but I was just speaking.
So do we.
But anyway, yeah, I like it in that sense. I mean, I don't know that I save a lot of money with it. I don't know that there's any way to save any money with postage. But
Well, when I looked at the prices on that one, it said that it saved you somewhere between 12% and 15%.
mhm. Yeah. I mean, it says that it does that, but then at the other hand, I have also gotten bills after the fact that said, okay, this Pirate Ship thing that you sent, we had to rebill you for additional postage.
Uh-huh.
So I don't know.
Triple C, I first learned about this Pirate Ship thing back with them, so it must have been like July last year.
Mm-hmm.
And I didn't have any clue. I mean, over here, what do we know about you guys over there, really? But they were talking about Pirate Ship and how much more they had to pay with Pirate Ship.
Uh-huh.
And it's purely for the understanding that they know where everything is with it. So it's weighing up whether you can actually afford it or whether it actually you need it because you get far better tracking with it or detailing with it.
So then you're saying that they stated that the actual cost of postage was greater
Yeah.
with Pirate Ship?
Yeah, and that's about the only thing that I remember with it. It's great tracking, but it's more expensive.
That has not been my observation. So I'm not saying that they're wrong, but I have not seen.
This was last year, let's face it.
Yeah.
This was about July last year.
So what I get is I think the cost of postage is comparable to just taking it to the post office and saying, here, slap a label on it, and how much does it cost?
Yeah.
Whereas I can just print up the label, and say, "Here it is, take it."
Daniel, that
Um,
face doesn't say very much. What's going on?
His
Looks
face
very
never says
disgusted.
very much. He's very
He's
quiet that
looking at
way.
his phone, looking very, very.
Well,
See, there
exactly.
it
I
is again.
was.
See?
It's because he doesn't know what happened to my packages.
Oh, we're on mute.
I think he's going to have to make another inquiry.
Has it still not got to you, Russell?
Excuse me.
Oh, Russell, didn't you order your yarn just after I ordered mine? And because I got mine a week ago.
Let me check where Russell's yarn is. Oh, it's gone through Chicago, so that explains everything.
Uh-oh. It does, doesn't it?
That's where mine was last I heard.
Cheers.
Yeah, I guess I'm fortunate that I live in the eastern
Yay.
U.S. and don't have
Cheers,
to.
David. Cheers,
What is
Jill.
that? What do we
Cheers,
have?
Daniel. Come on, ching
What
ching,
about me?
ching ching.
Okay. Yeah. This is. I picked up this little bit of swag when I was working in real estate, and I would go to these trade shows at the Board of Realtors, and they would have all of this great stuff, and I would meet these great people and have lots of fun schmoozing. But I never could make it work as a real estate agent because lots of different reasons. But I still have swag like that. Okay, Chris says, I've compared Pirate Ship with all my shipments and it's never been lower. It's always come out equal. Okay, I understand that. Yeah, I'm not sure that I really ever gained anything in terms of postage rate because the rate is the rate, and it's a federally mandated thing, so I don't know that there would necessarily be any kind of discounts. But the convenience is in knowing what it is, printing up the label, and slapping it on the package before I even leave the house and get in the car. And I can drop the package at the UPS store and say, hey, this is Postal Service. When they come, take this away. Tell them to take this away.
Now, I will
Because
say
I have
this-
my P.O. box at the UPS store. I'm sorry. What were you saying?
Well, a place that I used to work, Chris knows what I'm talking about. They had a service there, and it was there was stamps.com, which is through the postal service, and then there's ships.com, I think, and they had both of those there, and I used to ship stuff out, and both of those were cheaper than the post office. And so I think that they had a corporate account, and that's where they got the better deal.
Yeah, corporate accounts can qualify for discounts like that. Yeah.
Take care, Ingrid.
Good night,
Ingrid. Good night, Ingrid.
It's the morning. It's the morning. You got to say good morning, Ingrid. Enjoy your day, Ingrid.
Enjoy your day, Ingrid.
What do they say in South Africa?
You can say to your mother,
yeah,
good morning.
have a bit of a sleep today.
Oh, she's a busy lady. She's supposed to be resting and she's been busy.
Well, we love Ingrid. We want her to be well.
That's it. Need her to rest more.
Mhm. Anyway, postage. You know, postage is postage. There's not an awful lot you can do with it. What? 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 What have I said?
It was Ingrid. She said, oh, I can't say. I'm sorry. Sorry. I'm not worried, Dave.
You're very naughty.
It's not me, it's Ingrid.
No, it's you. It's completely you.
It was Ingrid.
They don't get much naughtier than you. I know you.
I beg to differ. I need something to aim for.
Mm.
Two small molars.
That must have been yeah. I don't see it in the chat. So.
Oh no, it's not in the chat. Oh no,
Okay.
it's not. You don't put things like that in the chat.
Well, I wish it would, because it would be highly entertaining.
It wouldn't be entertaining unless you know Ingrid, because if she put it in this chat, you'd be like, okay, and that'd be it. But because I know
Okay.
Ingrid, I get the humour.
Yeah.
She's a very, very naughty girl. Very, very naughty.
I like
She
naughty
wasn't this
girls.
naughty till I got to know her.
So I'm pretty sure I missed the deadline, right, for the beading
For what?
challenge.
You have we needed your second picture in by 2 days ago.
That's what
But
I
if
thought.
you move your bum and get a picture taken like now, then I will slip it inside Ingrid's hat when she's not looking, very, very carefully.
But I
But
haven't
you're in
done
Dallas.
anything.
You haven't done anything on it at all since that last photo. Oh, well, in that
So-
case, just take it as a case of you're still doing the challenge, but try and get the finished thingy to us by the 27th, and then we can
Yeah.
still get it showcased. It's still a challenge,
I
just
just-
not part of the giveaway part.
Right. And that was fine with me anyway. I just, trying to help a girl out.
Thanks, Jill.
So Daniel was just carrying us around with him, and then he left the room. So we have a few.
Shutting the door, getting his tea and shutting the door. We can't carry everybody at once.
And where's Oslo?
In bed.
Is he still asleep?
Yeah.
What
He's
is wrong with
sleeping.
that dog?
He's lazy.
Okay. He learned from his Uncle David then.
Excuse me.
Are you going to be okay, Lisa?
I can tell you that one. And Ingrid said, "Don't you dare say it." There you go.
Russell, please don't worry about your package. Chicago are extremely slow.
Oh no, his isn't in Chicago as well, is it?
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
I'm
don't know
so
what's going
thankful
on with
that
Chicago.
nothing I have goes to Chicago. It's funny, when I was a kid, and airlines still had, well, they do now, but they had a lot more of the hub system, where in North Carolina, no matter where you were, you had to go through Atlanta to get everything, to get anywhere. So we always used to say you had to go through Atlanta to get to heaven. And probably in the other direction as well. But
Yes, Russell has a question for you, David.
how do you like working with the Premier yarn from the? Actually, I quite like the Premier yarn from the dollar store. I am quite a connoisseur of store brand yarns, and I think that the Premier from the dollar store is one of the better ones. I think my favorite store brand yarn is going to be the one from Joann's, which I believe is also a Premier yarn. It might be the very same yarn with a different label, but I quite like it. There are other store brands that I do not like quite as much, but the dollar store yarns I do like.
Are you talking about Big Twist?
Yeah, Big Twist I like in general. I haven't tried all of their varieties, but the ones that I have, I like. And I think that they are premier yarns as well. I'm not sure about that, but I think they are.
David,
Yes?
sorry, Jill, this message, is there a significance to it?
What?
No,
No.
he just hasn't taken it down yet.
Oh, well, shift your
Oh.
backside and take it down. We want a bit more room up here.
Oh, shut the...
Sorry, Jill.
Shut up.
Room.
Oh, yeah, whatever.
So flooding down there, huh? Wow.
Flooding where?
Pennsylvania.
Pennsylvania.
Oh, dear. What part of Pennsylvania? Pennsylvania is a big state.
It is.
Every state's a big state when you compare it to England, which is an entire
Well,
country.
that's true, but...
Oh, the girls are out, Chris. They very rarely stay in.
Is that another
they're out.
one of...
Let them out earlier.
Yeah.
Russell, if you're worried about it, I don't know if there's a way you can contact Chicago.
He's not worried. He said
He's not worried a bit.
Okay.
That's fine.
The thing is, I worry because, yeah, I want to make sure you get your stuff.
He can dine out for weeks on this story, so, you know, it'll be fine.
Yes, that Chicago are extremely slow at processing their parcels.
They are bad.
I have no idea why.
Do you think it might be
Largely,
if there's yarn
don't get me
involved, it's because of quarantine?
it could be a public health thing, it could be a government thing, and that's what I'm saying, don't get me started on that. I'm sorry, what was that?
I'd rather you didn't, but you don't get much choice sometimes, Jill.
I missed that, Joe, what'd you say?
Let's just say there's not enough workers there.
Exactly. Exactly.
One of my parcels to Jill spent about, 2 or 3 weeks in Chicago before it moved anywhere.
Yeah.
And the
Because
parcel that came to me that did not go through Chicago, it was really, really quick.
you know, they're cutting those checks off in Texas, just saying.
I'm not surprised. Don't get
I'm
me
not being
started.
rude.
I'm just
Do
telling
not
you this
get
one
me started.
possible
I
reason.
will
Yeah, I
start
know.
doing the social commentary, and nobody wants
No.
that.
We don't. I'm
No,
just
we
saying
don't.
one possible reason there's not enough people, and that we've got all these goods that are sitting off the, you know, off the coast. There's nobody to unload them.
The thing
Moving
is,
right
I
along.
changed my shipping supplier, but then that means higher shipping rates that people don't want.
Good morning, Linda.
Mm.
Which Linda?
Linda! Oh, I'm so
Big
happy to
change
see
today,
you,
Linda.
Linda. We love Linda. Linda, do you want to come up?
Thank you for your video, Linda. I really enjoyed watching it.
I know it's first thing in the morning for people, so I don't know whether it's anybody wants
Where-
to come up. But
Where did Russell order these 300 skeins from?
Oh, God.
300?
Give me 5 minutes.
Yeah, in 5 minutes you might come up.
That
That would be fine.
You know my email address. You can send some over here.
Mm.
$1.50 a skein.
For what? For how much? How large?
It said I did not like Big Twist on looks. It was on sale for $1.50 a scheme once, so I was tempted by the price, but it felt so rough I passed.
See, this is my
Actually-
view on Red Heart Super Saver. It's like working with cardboard. It's bleeding horrible. Texture-wise, it is rough as sin. And all I had from everyone online was, put it in the wash. It softens up ever so nice. Well, I'm sorry, I'm not washing it before I work with it. I'm working with it. It's nasty. I don't like it. It's my own preference.
Okay, my experience with Big Twist is that it's not so bad for a store brand acrylic yarn. It's not bad at all. Red Heart Super Saver is the kind of yarn that gives acrylic a bad name.
Yeah.
I got a box that I went through, which I will be doing a video on. And this particular one is from someone that it had been sitting for a bit. And in that, it had some Red Heart Classic.
Mm-hmm.
Have you felt the Red Heart Classic?
Possibly, but I don't have a strong memory of it.
It felt great.
Oh, yeah?
And the label said that it was made in 2015 or 16.
Mm-hmm.
Hi, Denisha. Welcome in.
Oh, Denisha's here? Hey, Denisha. Yay.
I love how everyone keeps you on track with your chat, David. You don't
What?
need to look up because we keep you posted.
Well, I've said it before. I'm very bad as a host or moderator because usually I'm paying attention to what's in my hand or something else rather than the
I
chat
don't want to know
itself.
what's in your hand as long as it's not on camera.
We need to thank Miguel for keeping me.
It's yarn, Lisa. It's yarn. I don't know where your mind is.
I wish I knew where my mind was. It'd be very useful. Russell,
So-
Jill, may I subscribe to your channel? No, we don't want subscribers. What do we want subscribers for?
So, Daniel, what did you just say that I missed?
I was just telling Russell he will get it, but it will just take a little longer.
Okay, you were talking to Ginger when you hit the 1,000?
Yeah.
Okay. Because I
Right.
knew she did one of those videos too.
She did, and I literally, when she dropped that video, she left a comment on one of my videos almost straight after, and I knew she was awake, and I was literally just going to sleep, and I thought, sod it, I've got to say thank you to her. So I rang, and like halfway through the sentence, she was like, 972? What's 972? Your subscribers. Why are you looking at my subscribers for? Because I'm watching them grow. I told you you'll get there. Oh, Ginger, for heaven's sake. And in the end, she was still on the phone and all hell broke loose. Yeah. Poor Ginger.
Well,
We
congratulations.
love Ginger. I miss those early morning Yarn Geek
You would.
thingies. What? I would? Why would I?
Because you're up so early in the morning.
He's up so early in the morning, but never comes to my live on a Monday. And that's early in the morning.
How early is that?
A little bit later than Ginge by 2 hours. It's 7:30 Central.
Mm.
Denny asked what time it is for us here. It's 8:45 in the morning, Denny.
I don't know.
Yeah, it's 3:45.
I don't have a clock anywhere. I'm out in the wild, so I'm just,
Out in the wild.
I'm glad I got you on that one.
I'm a wild woman. I like the wild. Bomb dropped.
Wasn't that you, Lisa, that said that? That I made you cough or something? My yarn in the wild.
It made me snort laugh. I thought that was pretty damn good. I thought it was really clever. My yarn in the wild. It was good. It was bloody good.
I took it to the beach.
Oh, we're talking about my yarn here.
Yeah.
It
Floozy fibres.
was. I loved it. I loved it when I saw my yarn was out in the beach. I was like, oh my god, is it the beach?
It's very good. Very, very clever. What's fingering weight yarn, Russell? Please don't make me laugh again. Please don't. I could do with a throat break. I mean,
I'd really like to know where it comes from, though, because I have no idea.
I don't want to know where it comes from at all.
I'm gonna get your other yarn, that yarn posted off on Monday, Linda, with my gift for your with your subscriber thing.
Excuse me, and amazingly, David's gone quiet. Is this because he couldn't get a word in edgeways from David?
David's falling asleep.
There is that possibility as well.
Did you fall asleep while crocheting?
Blue, Russell, blue, Russell, blue.
Actually,
Blue. It's like the gulls in Nemo.
Oh, Linda sent me an email, so I'll have to check on that.
Oh my gosh, I've missed a bunch of comments.
This is where me and Lisa have in common. We both love blue.
Blue.
Oh, and Jill, because she loves her teals as well.
Yeah, teal, blue, not the same thing. Blue.
Wow.
A wild yarn in a natural habitat.
For me, it's royal blue all the way. Sapphire blue, royal blue.
Like this blue, Lisa.
See, that looks a little bit. Yes.
It's this, Danny.
Yeah. Oh, I love.
Did you actually say Danny?
Denny.
Denny.
Okay.
He's asleep, isn't he? Oh, David.
No, I'm looking at my emails.
Thank
Because
you, Linda.
Linda said she sent me one. And Linda, when did you send it? I might have already seen it, but
Sent it to your Gmail. Is that the right email, David?
I've got 11 different emails, so I will check that one again.
Get to work, Mr. David. Get to work.
Shut up.
I think you need a planner.
I've got a planner.
No, not any normal planner. You need a happy planner.
A happy
A
planner.
what kind of planner?
Happy planner.
A
We love us
happy planner. Got a
Be right back.
happy planner. Okay.
He said she sent it to you straight after you chatted on the live.
And when was that? I don't remember anything. I will find it, I promise, but I don't know anything right now. I am getting very, very cloudy.
Denisha, sometimes those words need to be said to me. It doesn't work, but they need to be said to me.
Oh, Denisha, that's not the worst thing I've said to Lisa.
Us Brits don't take offense to that kind of language.
Well, I didn't think so. I mean,
Morning, Christine.
I remember the first time I saw a British soap opera, and I saw that people would call a woman a cow, and I'm going, an American woman. No, an American woman would find that so incredibly highly offensive, but apparently that's just normal parlance in England.
Yeah. Oh, you dorsey cow.
Yeah, I could
Exactly.
turn around to Lisa and call her a dozy cow, and she wouldn't take offence to it. Because
I might.
you might. No.
Denisha thinks we should all speak to each other a little more nicely, which I would not argue with, but I also think that each of us understands the other in terms of what the other says.
Denny said she's not offended by being called a cow.
So
Be yourself with Jane loves being called a dozy cow and a stupid mare.
Oh, you silly man.
No, I don't. No, I don't think anyone who knows me would think that I'm not a nice person. And I try to treat people with dignity and respect. But at the same time, if you get in my way, I'm gonna say something snarky. You know what I mean?
David, Linda.
Linda's in the basement.
Oh,
But
yay.
this means we need to shut up because Linda's all quiet. So we have to give Linda some room on the floor.
Okay, I don't always know when somebody's in the basement.
Now
Did
she's
somebody
put-
leave?
No, you made her leave.
No.
You brought her up and then dropped her down. There you go.
No, I didn't.
Linda.
There
Hi.
we go.
Morning, everyone.
Wow.
Morning, Linda.
Hi.
Joe. Morning, Jill. Morning, Lisa. Morning, David.
Good morning.
How are you all?
Mark.
You all good?
See, Linda's putting Daniel and I to shame now because we're all
Daniel
in the
and
same
me.
country. Linda's dressed, face on, hair washed, bright-eyed and bushy-tailed, and Daniel and I are sitting here in our gym jams with the dressing gown on going,
Well, Linda always looks wonderful, regardless of the circumstances.
Thank
So there's never any question about that.
Linda always looks fabulous.
you. Exactly.
Fabulous.
Exactly.
There we are. There we are.
Look at the sparklies. See, look at that, Jill. Look at that, Jill.
Oh,
look at that, Jill.
that's
Jill, take note.
wonderful. Linda, is that your own pattern?
No, it's a King Cole pattern.
Okay.
I do like King Cole's patterns. They are nice.
Get
Yes.
those pictures in, Miss
I've sent
Linda.
you one.
Get those pictures in.
I'm going to get that finished before next weekend, and then it's done and out the way.
Out the way. I love
I-
that. Yeah, it's out the way then. Done.
Out the way,
It's
yeah.
done, dusted.
I haven't
Forget
seen.
about it.
I don't think I've seen very many King Cole patterns. On our side, we have actually we have quite a few sources of free downloadable patterns,
Good. Good.
but I haven't seen that before. And then, of course, I will watch tutorials and make notes so that I can reproduce whatever it is the creator is making,
Yes.
based on my own notes too.
Uh-huh. So, David, I sent you an email to your Gmail. Should it not have gone to your Gmail? Should it have gone to your other email that's in?
Well, I'm sure it's fine. When did you send it?
Oh gosh, the last time you were live, when you told me that I'd won Granny D's prize.
Mm-hmm.
Just
I
bear
don't
with me.
remember.
I've got to go and answer the door.
So day
Okay,
before
yeah.
yesterday it was sent then, David.
please.
have
I don't
some.
remember how I got here, and I'm in the room that's right next door to my bedroom.
Look,
So
darling, just ease the poor lady's mind. Check your Gmail now.
I just did.
Have you
What you
checked
got?
your spam? Have you checked your spam?
We have canines. We have woof woofs.
Oh, God.
Puppies.
Oh, look at your puppies. Yay, puppies. Okay.
One of my
I'm
prizes
I
arrived.
need a new computer. I'm gonna start
Oh,
throwing
Linda,
things in
you're
a
making
minute.
me jealous. I need one of those, but I can't afford to get one.
They're nice, aren't they?
What is
They
it?
are nice.
Okay.
So
I'm gonna
this was
check it on my
for
phone.
the Crojo
because-
Corner for Granny
Yeah.
D's. So I've got a few prizes coming. And what I'm going to do is when they've all arrived, I'm going to do a video and that, you know, thanking everybody and whatever. But when I saw this, it's like she's got glasses.
It's so cute.
I wear glasses, but she's doing a doily. And that's where I started my crochet journey, doing lace doilies.
Oh, okay.
Meaning to it.
So
I love
Lynn-
that planner. It's bleeding amazing.
Linda, I think I found your email from
okay.
a couple of days ago, where you're
Yeah.
asking me if I would be willing to donate a shawl pattern, and of course I would.
Oh,
If that's the one you
brilliant.
mean.
Yes, that's what I meant.
Okay.
I'm nearly at
Oh, that's why you joined my Patreon, so that I would contribute.
I
Blackmail.
didn't do that at all.
Oh my goodness.
Look
But
at this. This looks
I-
like my Duke.
It does look like
look at that. Oh, that's so beautiful. You know, in a few minutes, my sister's going to come over and she's going to open the door and she's going to say, "It's 4 a.m." And I'm going to say, "You weren't sleeping anyway, and neither was I."
welcome back, Russell.
Yeah.
So so I'm nearly at 3,100.
Wow, that's excellent.
Seems so
I
much.
really-
Go
I've
ahead.
realised that I can't make your live. I'm at work.
That's fine. Don't you worry
Well,
about
we'll
that.
catch up later.
Well, when are you at work? When is the live that you can't make?
When is it, Linda? The 20?
Third is 5 p.m.
Yeah.
23rd? Okay, yeah.
I might catch the
I-
end of it. Finish at 6.
I have one on June 20th, which is the summer solstice.
Oh yeah.
And in the
Oh, no.
US, it's also...
It's June
What?
20. No, I'm not on annual leave. No, I'm not.
Okay, yeah.
It's okay.
It's also Father's Day in the US, but I don't talk much about Father's Day. And then I have one on the 4th of July. I like to sort of puzzle people outside of the U.S. and say, "Hey, do you have the 4th of July in your country too?" Because of course they do. It's just a date.
Exactly.
Oh.
But and then I also have one on July 25th, which in theory it should be when I announce a winner for my Hat Not Hate contest, but also it should in theory be a monetization party. And whether monetization occurs or not, there will be a lot of champagne, and I will be drinking all of it.
When you say monetization party, is that when you actually get monetized or when you've met the goals for monetization?
What I mean to say is that between now and then, I expect to have met the goals for
Okay.
monetization.
So you reached your
Go ahead.
So are you near your time now? Are you near your
I
hours?
still need almost 1,000 hours.
Right, okay.
That's why I'm doing a lot of live streams.
Yeah.
And that's why I'm trying to do a post every day. I enjoy doing a post every day. I really do.
Yeah.
But I also want the hours.
Yeah. So, Lisa,
Go ahead.
So I was going to say, Lisa, you've reached your 1K.
Yep.
She did.
Oh, seriously.
I will.
I'm sorry.
I applied for the monetization within 10 minutes of it dropping.
Mm-hmm.
Good. Good.
So now it's just the waiting game now for the paperwork, and then we'll see.
So it's now just.
I've-
Well, go on,
I'm still
David.
putting it in my podcast for tomorrow.
Thank
So
you.
send people across. So the
Thank
more,
you.
but I've
It'll
just
be a
been
nice
so
buffer.
busy yeah. So this week, yeah. Well, that's what you know. You need to, you know, even though you've hit your 1K, you need to go more because YouTube have got a horrible habit of dropping people from your channel.
Yeah.
That's why I always say that my number it hovers within a range of 10. It comes and goes, but that range itself sort of ekes up a little bit over time, so that I'm not worried about those numbers. I'm just trying to get the watch hours at this point.
I tell you what I have noticed. I've noticed a lot of people are watching my older channel, older videos, you know, like my mixed media ones and my card making ones. A lot of people are watching those.
I watched a bunch of them.
I
said I watched a bunch of them.
I always try to mention on my live streams that I have playlists.
Yeah.
Yes.
And YouTube actually has this play all function where you could just go through every single video that ever was.
Yeah.
And it's funny because people will see the videos of me singing in 15 years ago, and they'll say, "Oh, that's beautiful," and I'm going, "Well, yeah, it was back then. I can't sing anymore, but thank you."
Yeah, and my knitting and my crochet tutorials have been, the views have gone up as well, which is nice. It's nice that people are still, kind of realise that I'm not. Well, I am all about crochet and knitting now, but it's nice that people know where I've come from, kind of thing. The journey to where I've come to today.
I found Linda because of her card making, and when she was changing over to the crochet, I was devastated. I was gutted, and I was so ready to unsubscribe. And I held out and I held out, and for some weird reason, I'm still holding out.
Well, actually, it's interesting. I only have the one YouTube channel, but I have so many different interests. I have 3 different blogs. And I've been talking with someone about trying to do an interview that I could feature on my opera blog. But if I actually get that interview, I will leave it on my YouTube channel, and someone might actually watch it, because he's actually a very interesting guy and an excellent singer. And I've been wanting more and more to include the music in what I do, because it's so much a part of me. And I only share a little bit of that with the yarn content, because there isn't that much time. But the more I want to be transparent online and be myself, the more I want to include that kind of content there.
Yeah.
So if I get this interview with him, I will keep it on my channel here because I only have the one channel.
Yeah.
But I will also post it as part of my opera blog and whatever following that I get there as well.
Yeah.
On
That's
and
why
on.
I've not moved. I've started to include some knitting now as well, because it's not, because that's part of who I am. And I'm not just a crocheter, I am a knitter as well. So that's why I've included them both. I'll never. People say to me, "Don't you miss your card making and your mixed media?" And the answer is no, I don't. I've done my time, and it was time for me to move on. And and I enjoy what I'm doing now. It's relaxing. It's not stressful at all.
And you don't have to take quite so big a bag to be able to make things.
Exactly.
I've often said that knitting is a mystery to me. Oh, who came in?
Oh, Denise.
Oh, Søren! We love Søren! Oh my God! I don't know if you guys know, but I have known Søren for years and years and years. We met before I ever had a blog of any sort. We met online through LiveJournal, and he has been a steadfast friend through everything that I've been done. So that's enough about that, but I love him dearly.
Right, guys, well, I am going to drop down because I am going for my walk.
Oh.
Okay, Linda. Have a nice walk.
Can you have one for me as well, please? Because I can't be bothered.
Yeah.
No, we do.
I should ask the same thing.
Yeah, we go for a walk four times a week, and it just helps us stay healthy and gets fresh air and maintains my weight.
That's what I don't like about it. All of the above.
Because it's so healthy. Yeah.
Yeah.
I need to be walking more.
It's a good way to clear the mind, and it also, I kind of can plan what future projects, and if I've got something that I'm doing and I need.
And when you got someone to go with, it's a good time to bond and communicate because there's no flipping distractions.
Well, that's them 4 walks are our date nights, but they're in the morning.
All right, no clothing in the bushes.
Sweet.
No, none of that.
Actually, I think it sounds lovely.
Yes.
Okay,
in spite of what Lisa says about it.
I'll think about you when I get home and I go on my walks too.
All right then. You take care, Jill, and
okay,
Lisa
you
and
too.
Daniel. And
have a good day, Jill.
Bye, Linda.
Okay, bye, Linda. We love you. Bye, bye.
Love you too. Bye, David.
I've got some room again.
I forgot to ask where is. I don't know that I've ever heard where Linda is.
England. She's up north from me, but down south from Daniel.
Okay.
I don't remember exactly where she is myself. She did tell me once, but I've forgotten. At this point, I've forgotten everything. I'm pretty darn tired.
Walking, but it interferes with my crochet time.
Oh yeah, exactly.
I do have a request on my channel from someone who has not spoken it out loud, but that I know the request is there through one of my girls. And I've recently bought that knitting belt.
Knitting belt.
I'm not sure I understand.
So it's a belt that you wear around your waist, and the needles are straight needles, but they're fairly long, and they go into the belt.
Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh.
It sounds like an instrument of torture.
No.
Knitting on the move.
Walking while knitting.
Oh my gosh! But how do you not tread in a cow pat while you're purling?
Well,
Yes.
you hear the flies.
Well, there you go. There you
That
go.
means that you're concentrating on your listening rather than your
You
looking.
do concentrate on your listening when you walk at my place.
Yeah, but not while you're knitting. Because while you're knitting, you're too busy looking. You don't really listen because you drown everything else out because you're concentrating on the listen.
So Michelle tells us that Linda
The full
is in
experience.
Warrington, and Russell is asking about my adoption, which I imagine he means as pet adoption. We went to this place where they were having an adoption event last weekend, but by the time we got there, there was one dog left. The others had already been taken. They didn't bring very many with them.
So you didn't get one.
I'm getting to the point of the story, if you will just wait for a moment.
Oh, but you take so long to say anything.
It's called artistry.
Is that what it is? I would have turned over by now and rather watch an ad break. Oh my gosh.
Well, why don't you just do that if it will just shut your mouth? So, as I was saying before, I was so rudely interrupted. We went there. There was one dog left. I loved that dog, but he was a big boy, and we knew that he might have been, my sister especially knew he might have been a little bit too energetic for us as senior citizens. And also she knew she was going to be traveling this month, and so there would be difficulties. So we didn't take him. I would love to have taken him. He was so friendly. He was so cute, and I loved him so much. He might still be available, and if he is, I might go back and get him. But as of yet, we do not have a dog in our household right now. Okay, Soren says, walking and knitting is nothing new. Of course it isn't. There are pictures of people running marathons and knitting at the same time.
Ooh, now that one.
I think it's a stunt, of course, but, you know, it's...
I would definitely hurt myself.
Oh, honey, if I took one step and tried to run anywhere, I would hurt myself. But,
well, I do the fast walk. You know, the fast walk?
For me, the fast walk is when my body says, get to the bathroom right now. Otherwise, I walk in a very leisurely pace. Yeah. Denisha says that Lisa and I should go to separate corners and just shut up.
The thing is, only David can control the corners. That's not fair.
Control. And that should surprise no one either.
Oh, I must be tired.
There was a thing about Daniel a moment ago, but he was so absorbed, and I wasn't allowed to disrupt David, and I didn't dare say anything.
You're never allowed to disrupt David.
No. There you go, Michelle. Michelle says, "Oh my gosh, guess what, Daniel?
But yeah, I'm still in Chicago."
Oh no. Oh. It needs to be.
Oh, Saren is talking about a belt hook that you can hook to your belt and use for your yarn. Didn't I see that? Did you have that on Facebook? Did you send that to me?
He sent it to you. He said that a little while ago in the chat, but you were too busy talking for me to interrupt to tell you that Soren wanted to tell you.
Are you quite done, Lisa?
I don't know. Just look
Have you
up in the
finished your
damn chat.
piece? Yeah. Anyway, no. Sarah knows me a lot better than you do, apparently. And,
Well, thank goodness for that.
I gotta get this picture of David walking.
what, David walking? Is that amusing?
What, do we ever see David's legs?
The fast walk.
David got legs.
I hope you don't, because I know what they look like.
The fast walk's gonna get me every time.
I think most of us, like, I don't think there are many of us with legs, because all you ever see is like torso up. We don't have legs. That's why we're on YouTube.
Exactly. Occasionally, Daniel will stand up and leave the room, and we'll get to see, him in his dressing gown or something. But
They're really long too.
What's really long?
Daniel's legs. His pins.
Oh, his legs? Okay, yeah, those, yeah. Well, he's what, 6'4", something like that?
Normally, he'd tell me that it was bad taste, and he did it. You went there, David.
Usually, we don't have to tell you that anything is in bad taste. It's a given.
Well, yeah, there is that. Yes. How am I going to stop this flipping thing twisting all the time? It's driving me nuts.
That's what she said.
Hey, I don't have any corkscrew willies around here. I don't have any willies around here.
Anyway,
a fine thing.
Moving right along.
It's not raining, so you put yarn on.
So, yeah, Surin says he loves you, Lisa, but clearly he doesn't know you.
He doesn't know me.
That's that exercise that we all did in school, that we started with the one sentence at the front of the class, and then when it gets to the back of the class, it's a whole different sentence, Chris.
Are the Chinese whispers?
Oh, yeah, yeah,
Not
exactly.
Chinese whispers.
No, I know what you mean. Where it, and I don't. It's got. I'm sure it's got all sorts of different names, but where you start with one thing and you have to whisper it to everybody else, and
Chinese whispers.
Well, we didn't call it that.
Yeah, this is the first time I've heard that.
Oh,
Yeah,
sorry.
but
The telephone game.
anyway,
Do you guys call it the telephone game?
I think actually that is something like what we called it. Yeah.
Over
But,
here,
yeah.
it's Chinese whispers.
Well,
I suppose that would be classed as a racial thing now, I'm guessing. So
it probably would, because in our country we're known for our sensitivity to racial issues, aren't we?
yeah. Grapevine or telephone.
Exactly. Yeah. Do you remember when they came out with that video?
I love that video.
Oh yeah.
That was good. Really, really enjoyed that.
That's
The
Ray.
80s and 90s were a great time for music.
That was Ray.
What? Say that again?
Ray did that one.
Telephone game. Over. I've been hanging out
On the
with you
piano.
for too long.
Nobody knows what I'm talking about.
No, not really.
Ray Charles.
No. Oh, Ray Charles. Yes, he originated this song. And then it was either late 80s or early 90s that it came back with the video form. And it was amazing. I loved it.
Yes, Denisha, exactly. But also, is it a case of before it was the fear of speaking out rather than today? Some people still fear speaking out.
Exactly, Denisha. There's this whole thing of people taking offense on behalf of people who were not offended.
Yeah. But they may well have been, but couldn't speak out before. Maybe.
Well, I mean, it's hard to discern. I mean, there are cases where there are people who have every right to be offended, do not know that they have the right to be offended, do not know that they have been spoken to or treated in a way that justifies offense. And then there, on the other hand, there are people who are overly sensitive. And I don't even know if that's probably an incorrect label as well. But people
Denisha, you old fart.
They don't make music like they used to. It's true. That's true. That's true, yeah. But I remember reading, I used to just love Miss Manners. She had a newspaper column. She had a book. She had several books, in fact. But one thing that sticks with me is that the man who jumps to the defense of a wife who has not been offended will soon learn that life is not worth living. Which is to suggest that he's offended on her behalf. She's not offended. She's hurt because he's offended on her behalf. Anyway, moving right along.
It's deep, man. It's deep.
That's deep. Yeah, I got depth.
Oh, you were a blast at parties, I can tell.
Okay.
What parties? What are these parties that you speak of?
So they're not guilty. Yeah. But we're all paying for war every day.
Puppies.
I came home from my appointment yesterday after having consisting of fast food down by the river to the spot.
Oh,
well, I can't blame you, Wriggles. That must have been beautiful.
Oh,
I envy you. If I could have left me live and come with you, I so would have, just to disturb you. I'm already disturbed.
We love puppies. Daniel's still not saying much.
Oh.
Not that we give him much of a chance, but
my dog has just arisen.
Oh, has he?
The king is up.
His breakfast.
Oh. I'm afraid I'm going to have to leave you all very soon because I
think I am too.
Beginning to fade. So, anyway, I'm really glad that you all joined me.
Denisha, for something that you said earlier, prepare yourself for next Friday. It's a hoot. There you go. Sorry, David, just before you turned it off straight after you said goodbye, because I know what you do.
I don't understand. What did Denisha say?
About an hour ago, Denisha said about my card making. Poor girl.
Oh, okay.
But I'm doing a card this week because it's Father's Day. I have to make one.
Oh. I said something about Father's Day not really meaning an awful lot to me.
What day is
that?
We'll get into that.
Card making.
Yeah, we'll get into that next week when we have hours and hours to talk about it on June 20th when I do my marathon live stream. Anyway, right now
I'm going to bed.
Okay, so am I. Jill and I are going to bed together.
Nice to catch you. Wish it had been on your live, but you know, we take what we can get.
Yeah, beggars can't be choosers, can they?
I wasn't sure how this whole StreamYard thing would go on my phone, but it's not bad.
You've been good.
It is difficult on your phone. It is, truly.
You
But
people are
you're
like,
doing fine. You're probably better off that
Denisha.
way.
you're about
My
this
thoughts
tall.
too.
Oh, oh.
Okay.
Okay.
Good night.
Sweet
Denisha,
dreams,
them's
Jill.
fighting
Guys.
words.
Love you guys. Good
Denisha's.
chat too.
Oh, bye, Joe.
Okay, bye.
Denisha said that puppies are all right, but cats are just wonderful.
I completely agree with her, but that's
Them's fighting
personal.
words. Them is fighting words.
Yeah, but the best bit of it is a puppy. You need to clear up after it. A cat does it itself.
Not always. Not every cat I have ever known.
Well, they don't do it on the doorstep.
Some of them do.
If it's in a neighbour's yard, who cares? They've cleaned it up. It's not on your own doorstep.
It doesn't matter. Oh, Ying is just tuning in as we're all just about to tune out because it's so
Good morning, Ying.
late. Okay. No, Jan, I'm sorry, you're wrong. Cats do not rule.
Daniel's live.
Oh,
Daniel's going to
God.
get bored.
Yeah.
What was that?
Well, I'm accustomed to boring Daniel. That's okay.
Daniel, we need to go over to Daniel's live now.
Ah.
I'm not going live today.
Ah! No, I've got
What?
nothing to do in my morning.
Okay.
Why
Anyway.
don't you go live this morning, Lisa?
What?
Why don't you go live this morning, Lisa?
Because it's a Saturday. I do lives on a Monday and a Friday. Twice a week is more than enough. Thank you very much. I'll leave it to the experts like David.
That sounded very well rehearsed.
Thank you. I mean, no, not at all. It was completely natural.
Of course, it had spontaneity coming out the wazoo.
I'm going live for you Monday, Lisa.
Not this Monday.
Yeah, this Monday.
No, not this Monday.
Yeah, this Monday.
Ah!
No.
Yeah.
Barbara Wriggles Baker says the easiest pet to have is a rock.
My grandmother used to have a pet rock in the bedside table.
And Denisha says that anytime I'm ready, and God forbid, that I can have her 5 children as pets, apparently. No, 5 grandchildren. No, 5 children and 5 grandchildren as pets. Oh, well, how cute are they? I have to ask that. Anyway, I'm going to have to leave you all, and thank you so much for joining me for all this time. It looks, oh my goodness, I've been on for almost 5.5 hours. Who knew that was possible?
Excuse me.
But thank you all for joining me, and I'm so glad that you were here. And I have to go to bed because otherwise I'm going to fall asleep in front of you, and nobody wants that. Lisa wants that because that gives her an opportunity to embarrass me further.
No, I don't need opportunity for that. I'll do it anyway.
Yeah, because it's always there, right? Yeah. Anyway, moving right along. Bye now.
Night, David.
Night.
Okay.